Hey there, sleepyheads. Welcome back to the channel. Before we drift into the classic theories of Adventure Time, I'd love to know where in the world are you watching from tonight, and what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments below. It's always magical seeing how far and wide this sleepy little community reaches. All right, lights low, blankets up. Let's begin. Tonight, we're starting with someone you know well. The boy with the bear hat. The hero of Ooo, Finn the human. But what if he's more than just a hero? What if Finn wasn't just born into this strange world, but placed there by fate or magic or something even deeper to end a cycle that's been spinning for thousands of years? Let's drift into this quietly unsettling theory that Finn the human might be the universe's last, gentle attempt to stop the cycle of war that has plagued the Land of Ooo for eons. You see, long before Finn ever picked up a sword or shouted a battle cry, the world of Ooo was shaped by destruction. A burning ski, a mushroom cloud, the aftermath of the Great Mushroom War. It was a catastrophe that shattered the human world, twisted nature, and gave rise to a magical, mutated landscape. The scars of that war echo in everything. In the Ice King's crown, in the Candy Kingdom's artificial peace, and in the very soil beneath Finn's feet. War created Ooo, and war kept shaping it. But here's the thing. Finn is the only known full-blooded human in the series for a long time, at least. He's not part candy, not undead, not magical. Just human. Soft, breakable, and pure-hearted. And maybe that's exactly why he matters. Because unlike the other creatures of Ooo who evolved from the war, mutated by its consequences, Finn came into the story untouched by that original chaos, a clean slate. And yet, he's constantly being pulled toward conflict. Monsters to slay, kingdoms to save, prophecies, curses. Finn is always at the center of some battle. But over time, something strange starts to happen. He changes. At first, Finn wants to fight. He loves being the hero, sword-swinging, justice-dealing, the whole heroic package. But as the seasons go on, the violence wears on him. He loses his arm, he loses friends, his heroes let him down. He meets his father, a selfish space criminal. He finds other humans, and they've isolated themselves in fear. Again and again, Finn is shown what happens when people let fear and conflict rule them. And each time he responds, not with vengeance, but with understanding. Think about that. In a world where war birthed magic, monsters, and madness, Finn begins choosing peace. He starts asking questions. Instead of slaying monsters, he talks to them. Instead of clashing with Flame Princess, he respects her boundaries. Instead of hunting down his father, he lets go. These aren't just personal growth moments, they feel symbolic. As if Finn's journey is trying to teach the entire world of Ooo something it's forgotten. That the cycle of violence can be broken, not with a bigger sword, but with empathy. Let's pause there for a moment. Breathe in and out. Now, imagine the universe of Adventure Time as a massive, turning wheel, spinning from war to rebirth, from chaos to order and back again. What if Finn was placed in the timeline not to continue that spin, but to stop it? What if he's not the next hero, but the last? Some fans believe that Finn is the universe's final attempt to fix its mistakes, that his kindness is a form of cosmic correction. Because when you look closely, the Land of Ooo is full of beings shaped by trauma. Marceline's centuries of loss. Bubblegum's control issues. Ice King's broken identity. Even Jake's easygoing vibe hides the uncertainty of his origins. But Finn is different. He doesn't hold on to pain. He moves through it, learns from it, and more importantly, he helps others heal too. It's as if the world of Ooo is full of open wounds, and Finn is the quiet balm trying to soothe them. In one episode, he meets the legendary grass sword. It bonds with him, almost like destiny. But later he willingly lets it go, choosing his own path instead of one chosen for him. Isn't that powerful? Finn is offered power again and again, but only when he walks away from it does he truly grow, like the universe is testing him. Will you fight? Will you destroy? Will you become like the others? And time after time, Finn says no. But there's something even more mysterious. Why is Finn the only human in Ooo for so long? It's a question that lingers in the background of the show like a quiet echo. An entire species vanished. And here's this one boy, this brave, awkward, deeply feeling boy, growing up among candy people, talking dogs and ancient beings, never really knowing who or what he comes from. It would have been so easy for him to grow bitter, to harden. But instead he grows hopeful. And when he finally does find the last surviving humans, in that distant sealed colony floating above the earth, the reunion is not the joyful homecoming you might expect. These people, preserved in isolation, are afraid, cautious. They've been hiding for generations, safe from Oo's chaos, but also from life itself. And it's Finn who challenges that. He doesn't tell them to fight. He doesn't ask them to take sides. He just lives, wildly, messily, and bravely, proving that being human isn't about surviving. It's about connecting. He becomes a bridge, not just between the past and the future, but between fear and possibility. Because in a way, Finn carries the last memory of what it meant to be human, and the first glimpse of what humanity could be next. Now let's step back and look at a strange pattern in Finn's journey. Every time he gains power, it seems to come with a cost. The grass sword, the Finn sword, the arm he loses and the one he gains. Each time he levels up, it's followed by confusion, grief, or loss. But there's always a turning point where he gives something up, where he chooses simplicity over supremacy, emotion over ego. This constant return to humanness, raw, real, and unarmored, feels like more than just storytelling. It feels intentional, as if the universe of Ooo keeps asking him, "Are you sure you still want to be the hero?" And he keeps answering, "I want to be me." One of the most striking moments comes when Finn battles his own alternate self, Farm World Finn. That version of him did give in to power. He embraced the ice crown, let it consume him. And the world he shaped, it's cold, hollow, haunted. It's a vision of what Finn could have become if he'd chosen control over compassion. But he didn't. He pulled back. He remembered who he was. Not a weapon, not a symbol, just a boy who wants to do good. And maybe that's exactly the kind of human the world needed to see. Not a conqueror, not a savior, but someone who could make peace with the pain of existence and still keep loving. The deeper we go, the more it seems like Finn is less a product of the world and more a counterweight to it. While everything in Ooo is shaped by extremes, magic, mutation, madness, Finn is this steady center. He doesn't try to rewrite the world. He simply shows up in it, day after day, with heart and hope. Maybe that's why others change when they meet him. Ice King, in all his brokenness, finds flickers of Simon around Finn. Marceline, long buried in grief, opens up an eagle. Even Bubblegum, so often cold and calculated, softens in Finn's presence. He doesn't force anyone to become better. He just makes it easier for them to try. Now think about this. If the Mushroom War was a mistake born from human fear and ambition, then Finn is the universe's way of whispering, "Let's try again." And this time, instead of bombs, the response is a boy. Instead of conquest, the answer is kindness. It's almost poetic, isn't it? The world was once ended by humans, and now maybe it's being healed by the last one. In one episode, Finn has a dream where he merges with a giant, ancient version of himself, a being made of branches and stars. He looks out over time, over lifetimes, and sees that everything he's done echoes. It's a quiet revelation. That the little choices matter. That every small act of compassion adds up. That maybe the cycle of war isn't broken by one grand act of heroism, but by thousands of tiny decisions to be good. That's what makes Finn extraordinary. Not his sword skills, not his quests, but his willingness to stay soft in a world built by violence. So, what if that was always the point? What if the universe needed a different kind of warrior? Not one who wins battles, but one who ends them. There's a quiet theory whispered by fans that Finn isn't just the last human for now, but the first in a rebirth of humanity. Think about it. The last ember from a fire long burned out, glowing just enough to start something new. It's not a mistake that so many beings are drawn to him. From magical creatures to ancient kings, cursed villains, to cosmic entities, everyone feels something around Finn. Because in a world of echoes and remnants, he's something rare. A soul not shaped by the trauma of the Great War, but by curiosity, love, and resilience. He didn't grow up with the weight of the old world. He grew beyond it. And maybe that's why the world around him bends toward change. The Ice King begins to remember Simon, not because of spells, but because of friendship. Huntress Wizard, so distant and wild, opens herself to affection. Even Fern, who embodies Finn's darker instincts, ultimately seeks peace. In a way, every version of Finn, every alternate self, reflection, or rival, represents a path not taken. And he meets them all, not with fear, but with compassion. There's something quietly profound about that. That instead of defeating his shadows, he embraces them. Instead of silencing others, he listens. Finn shows that peace isn't on a destination, it's a series of choices. One moment after another, day after day, breath after breath. Not flashy, not heroic in the traditional sense, but deeply, deeply human. And here's where things get really fascinating. The show never tells us what happens after Finn's final adventure. He sails away. The land changes. Time marches on. But in the distant future, in that lush, strange world of Adventure Time, distant lands, we see new people, new creatures, new humans. And while Finn himself is long gone, something of him remains. Not just in statues or relics, but in the very spirit of the world. There's laughter, weirdness, friendship. There's a softness in this future that feels like a memory of him. It's as if Finn planted something invisible in the soil of time. Not a legacy of conquest, but one of connection. He didn't leave behind monuments. He left behind a better tone, a gentler frequency for the world to hum along to. And what makes that theory even more magical is that it mirrors us. Because watching Finn, night after night, through the chaos and wonder of Ooo, we're reminded that softness isn't weakness. That a single kind person, wandering, unsure, and hopeful, can shift everything. It's a comforting idea to drift off to. that maybe the quiet, thoughtful acts we do each day ripple farther than we'll ever see. There's a scene where Finn looks out over a battlefield, not with triumph, but with sadness. And he says something simple. I don't think fighting solves anything anymore. That line, it cuts through the fantasy, the magic, and the monsters. Because it's a line that could belong to any world, even ours. It's a line of maturity, of choosing growth over glory. And for a show built on sword fights and quests, that moment is radical. It's saying, maybe the real hero's journey is learning when not to fight. There's another layer to all of this, a spiritual one. Some fans believe Finn is a kind of cosmic reset. Like the universe of Ooo needed to watch a human learn empathy all over again. To see if this time it could go differently. And not by chance, but by intention. That in a world burned by war, poisoned by ambition, and reshaped by strange forces, a boy raised by love could show the way back, not by rewriting history, but by choosing a better now. In that sense, every sword he drops, every time he says, I forgive you, every moment he stops to listen, he's healing something older than himself. He's tending to wounds left behind by generations. Maybe that's why he had to be the last, so he could carry the weight and gently lay it down. There's a theory whispered like a lullaby in quiet corners of the fandom, that Finn was never meant to save the world in the traditional sense. Not with power, not with armies, not even with magic. He was meant to remind it how to feel again, to feel deeply, to care, to hope in spite of everything. Because hope, after all, is a radical thing in a post-apocalyptic land. You see it in how people respond to him. Even the strangest creatures, sentient candy, ancient monsters, forgotten deities, they don't just fear Finn, they trust him. That's rare. And trust is earned quietly, in tiny moments, in long walks, in difficult conversations, in choosing again and again to be kind when it would be easier not to be. That's how Finn lived. And that's how he left behind something stronger than any magical artifact. He left behind trust. Let's not forget, Ooo is a land built on ruin. The Mushroom War didn't just destroy cities, it shattered the emotional memory of humanity. What came after was beautiful, yes, but strange, unstable, lonely. And then along came this gangly, goofy kid who loved deeply, fought fairly, and forgave quickly. He didn't try to control the world, he belonged to it. That might be why so many creatures follow him, even when he's unsure of himself. They're not following a leader. They're following a light that says, you're allowed to change. You're allowed to grow. You're allowed to make mistakes and still be worthy of love. That's the heart of this theory. Finn wasn't the last human because of survival. He was the first of a new kind of human, not hardened by the past, but softened by it. Not erasing the scars, but learning to live with them gently. Think about his dreams, his visions, the moments when the show lets us peer inside his heart. They're not full of conquest. They're full of connection, of long-lost family, of shared laughter, of simple joy. Even his deepest regrets are rooted in empathy. He doesn't wish he was stronger. He wishes he was more understanding. That's powerful. That's rare. And in a strange way, it's prophetic. Because here's the secret tucked into this segment's quiet folds. Finn was never just a character. He was a mirror. A soft place for the show's weird, chaotic universe to finally see itself. And maybe that's why, in the far-off future, when Ooo has morphed into something else entirely, we still feel him. In the way the grass moves. In the way strangers become friends. In the way every small act of kindness shapes something bigger. It's easy to think of heroes as warriors. But the most enduring ones are gardeners. Tending to a world that's been wounded. Watering it with patience. Weeding out anger. Letting the wildflowers of compassion grow. Finn the human was never meant to be a conqueror. He was a cultivator of peace. So tonight, as you sink deeper into sleep, let this idea settle softly in your chest. That in a world spinning too fast, your gentleness is a quiet kind of power. Your kindness is a kind of magic. And just like Finn, you don't need to save the world. You just need to care for it. One small moment at a time. You're still here, floating through the thoughts of Ooo with us. Eyes heavy, mind open, heart steady. That's beautiful. Let's turn our attention now to something darker. But don't worry, we'll take it slow. You know the Lich. That skeletal whispering thing that oozes decay with every word. The one who doesn't just want to hurt things, but to erase everything. He's the kind of presence that makes shadows stretch longer and colder. The kind that doesn't rage like a villain. He waits like a storm. But here's the question that changes everything. What if the Lich isn't evil at all? What if he's just doing what he was made to do? Now that might sound wild at first, but look closely at the Lich. He never monologues about revenge. He doesn't cry out for power. He doesn't gloat when he wins. He simply says, "I'll fall." Cease. The end comes. There's no flair, no ego, no joy in destruction. Just inevitability. Like gravity. Like time. Like the final leaf falling in autumn. So what if the Lich is less of a character and more of a force? A natural phenomenon, wearing bones like a winter wind wears snow. There's a theory, a quietly haunting one, that the Lich isn't evil, because evil implies choice, and the Lich doesn't choose. He's the opposite of life, the end of stories, the final quiet. He isn't here to conquer Ooo. He's here to return it to nothing, to silence, to stillness. That makes his presence feel less like a threat, and more like an ancient law. One that was written before the stars. A balance to joy, a response to love. And if that's true, then Finn's fight with the Lich was never good versus evil. It was life versus entropy. A boy made of wonder, standing in the face of universal silence. You might remember the first time we meet the Lich, that haunting deer costume, the slow reveal. And then, his true form. There's no fiery entrance, no dramatic scream. Just stillness. He doesn't need theatrics, because the Lich doesn't argue with existence. He simply ends it. But what if, this is the twist, what if the Lich is part of a natural cycle? What if, in the same way death clears room for birth, the Lich clears the way for new worlds to form? It's strange to think about, but comforting in a melancholy kind of way. That maybe even he isn't a mistake, just a reset button the universe sometimes presses. Not out of malice, but rhythm. And look at when he shows up. He doesn't burst onto the scene. He waits. He lingers. Until the moment is right. He surfaces in chaos, in weakness, in times when the balance is already tipping. He's the whisper after the scream, the echo after collapse. Almost like he's drawn to moments when things are already fraying. Not causing the break, but completing it. There's this chilling idea that the Lich is the universe's last breath. That long after the stars die, when galaxies fade and atoms go still, the Lich will still be there. Not speaking, not even moving, just existing as the echo of everything that was. A reminder that all things end. And yet, he's always stopped. By Finn, by Jake, by unlikely twists of kindness and magic. So maybe the Lich isn't unstoppable. Maybe he needs life to resist him. Maybe resistance is part of the dance. The cycle can't complete itself without both halves. One that ends, and one that dares to begin again. We're just getting started with this exploration. Some say the Lich wasn't always this way. That before he whispered ruin across the land, he was something else entirely. A spark, a consequence. Born not in shadowy caves or evil rituals, but in the fire and fury of the Mushroom War. That ancient event, lost in time where humanity reached so far. They touched the edge of their own extinction. The skies were torn, cities fell, and from the ashes, something emerged, not to punish, but to mirror. The Lich in this theory isn't the villain of the war. He is the war. Its echo, its spirit, its final breath walking. Not summoned by spell, but summoned by collapse, by radiation and fear and the death of millions. As if the earth itself coughed him up in grief. And maybe that's why he never speaks in anger. Why he never blames. He doesn't need to. He knows we invited him. He knows he came when the balance was already shattered. Like a wave after the earthquake. Like silence after the final siren. Just the next part of the story. He doesn't chase kingdoms or thrones. He doesn't want wealth or admiration. Because his goal isn't to rule. It's to unmake. To peel the world back to its bones. To return the earth to that pre-spark state before the stars formed, before atoms danced when it was just still. No joy, no pain, no anything. That's the chilling thing. The Lich doesn't hate. He transcends hate. And in that way, he's more terrifying than any villain who screams. But here's the twist that makes it all so strangely human. If the Lich was born from our greatest mistake, then maybe he's not an enemy of mankind, but a reflection. The part of us that breaks things, that hungers too far, that builds bombs and forgets consequences. He's not separate from us. He is us. Stripped of joy, stripped of warmth, stripped of empathy, just logic and decay, taken to its coldest conclusion. And maybe that's why Finn is the perfect contrast. Because Finn is all the things the Lich forgot. He's messy. He cries. He laughs. He breaks and heals. He's alive. Even when Finn's overwhelmed or confused or scared, he never lets go of feeling. And that's what the Lich can't understand. That pain isn't always a flaw. And that love isn't weakness. That the world doesn't need to be erased just because it's imperfect. There's a theory that in the moments the Lich is defeated, when magic and friendship and goofy courage push him back, he doesn't scream in rage, he falls silent. Because somewhere, maybe deep in that ancient core, he recognizes something unfamiliar, something older than destruction, something he was never meant to understand. Hope. And hope in the world of Ooo is sticky. It spreads, like light sneaking under a closed door. And maybe that's why the Lich keeps returning. Not because he's strong, but because the world keeps healing. And so he's called again, not by intention, but by cycle. Not summoned, but needed. To balance, to threaten, to remind. So that heroes like Finn can rise again, even in the farm world timeline where Finn's wish removes all magic, the Lich still creeps back. not through sorcery, but through science. A green comet, a lab experiment, a nuclear core. Because if the Lich is entropy, he doesn't need spells to arrive. He only needs a crack, and he'll find his way in. Not because he's hunting, but because the end is always waiting. And here's the gentlest, most haunting part of this whole theory. If the Lich is a force and echo of our own worst instincts, then he's not here to destroy us. He's here to test us. To ask, have we grown? Do we still fall into fear? Do we still run from responsibility? Or do we choose again to live? And yet, despite all the doom he carries, despite the inevitability he claims to be, the Lich always fails. Every single time. He gets close, yes. He spreads fear. He crumbles kingdoms. He kills without remorse. But something stops him. Finn, Billy, Sweet Pea. Even tiny acts of rebellion from creatures you'd never expect. And maybe that's part of the balance, too. That the Lich must rise to give the world a chance to choose differently. He is not a final answer. He is a test. An unwelcome one. A terrifying one. But a test nonetheless. Think of Billy. Once a hero like Finn, older, stronger, maybe wiser. Even when the Lich possessed him, his body became a vessel. But his soul didn't vanish. It lingered. It resisted. Somehow, even when bent, Billy's essence, his heroism, kept echoing through. So much so that the Lich had to discard him. Isn't that strange? A being of cosmic decay, a destroyer of all things still limited. By the light inside someone who refused to break. And then there's Sweet Pea, a child born from the remnants of the Lich. He shouldn't have been good. He shouldn't have been anything. Yet he becomes gentle, playful. Afraid of the darkness inside him, but never letting it define him. This isn't a hero born in battle or prophecy. It's purity. A chance for a new kind of ending. The Lich lives inside him, but not as a commander, as a whisper, one that grows fainter. Every time Sweet Pea chooses kindness instead. Isn't that a beautiful paradox? That the greatest force of annihilation is outdone by a child's heart? By playtime. By hugs. By dreams. What if that's the point Adventure Time has been making all along? That true power isn't in the sword, or the magic, or the ancient evil, but in resisting the urge to become what we fear. And that brings us to one of the most mesmerizing thoughts. Maybe the Lich is stuck in a loop too, just like everyone else in Ooo. Just like Prismo in his time room, or the Ice King in his crown. A prisoner, not of chains, but of his purpose, to bring the end. But he never gets there. Because no matter how many universes he infects, how many portals he opens, how many kings and creatures he bends, the end never truly comes. There's always a flicker, always a stubborn little hero, or a loyal friend, or an innocent soul who says, no, not today. And that frustrates him, doesn't it? There are moments, brief, almost imperceptible, where the Lich pauses, where he seems confused, as if he can't quite grasp why the world refuses to die. It's almost tragic. Because if he truly is nature's reset button, if he exists to clear the board, then his failure is a kind of suffering too, a quiet torment, of always being close, but never whole. So then what does that make him? A villain? A symbol? A warning? Maybe all three. Or maybe he's a mirror held up to us, asking us to look at our worst impulses and choose differently, over and over again. because he doesn't change. But we do. He says it himself in one of the most chilling lines ever spoken in Adventure Time. Fall, fall, fall. It's not a threat. It's a prophecy, a rhythm. He expects it. He waits for it. But we never fall quite the way he hopes. Sometimes we break. Sometimes we cry. Sometimes the world shakes and the sky turns green, but somehow someone stands back up. And that's the real magic of Adventure Time. That in a world full of end of the worlds, of dark magic and forgotten science and cosmic decay, the thing that saves the day is never destruction. It's connection, friends, laughter, memories, redemption. Now, let's float for a moment through the fabric of time itself. Because if the Lich is truly a force of nature, then time, like any other force, must respond to him. Think about Prismo, the Wishmaster, the keeper of timelines. He exists in a space untouched by the usual laws of reality, a being outside of beginnings and endings. Someone who can bend possibility but still treats the Lich cautiously. Even he knows that the Lich's presence in a timeline isn't just dangerous, it's corruptive. It bends the rules, skews the outcome, accelerates entropy. And so when the Lich reaches the time room, he doesn't gloat. He doesn't shout or demand. He simply says, "I wish for the extinction of all life." Calm, cold, certain. No screaming, no maniacal laughter. Because that's not who he is. He's not chaos for chaos' sake. He's not evil wearing a crown. He's clarity. Awful, inevitable clarity. And yet, even that wish, his deepest desire, is undone. By Jake's accidental touch. By a timeline twist. By the tiniest disturbance in the plan. It's poetic, really. That the force meant to unmake all life is repeatedly undone by life itself. By its clumsiness, its randomness, its refusal to follow the script. And Prismo, even he chuckles. Even he rewrites. Time doesn't serve the Lich. It balances him. And as we venture deeper into the multiverse of Adventure Time, we see even stranger echoes of the Lich. In Farm World, where Finn never lost his arm, the Lich still finds his way in. Even as a frozen husk, trapped in a block of ice, his whisper is enough to unravel a peaceful world. He doesn't need an army. He doesn't even need a body. He just needs a crack, a single thought. And suddenly, the world begins to slip again. But then, there's Sweet Pea again. Across timelines, across choices, he always emerges. The counterweight. The chance for the Lich to be reborn, but changed. The Lich's darkness, tucked inside a child, who would rather pet animals and wear silly hats than conquer the universe. And that's not just good storytelling. That's myth. Modern myth. With candy kingdoms and swords, yes, but myths nonetheless. Where darkness is never truly destroyed, just reimagined, redirected, given a second chance. So perhaps the Lich isn't a villain in the traditional sense. Perhaps he's more like a law of physics, a truth about what happens when the balance tilts too far. He's gravity, decay, silence after too much noise. But we Finn, Jake, Sweet Pea, Billy, all of us, we are the other truth. That sometimes the story doesn't end the way it's supposed to. Sometimes entropy is delayed. Sometimes the final page stays blank a little longer. Sometimes even death has to wait its turn. And maybe that's the most magical thing of all. That the universe is big enough, Joe, for both kinds of stories. For the rise of the Lich, and the rise of a small boy who wears a funny hat and loves too hard and fights for life, even when he doesn't understand all the rules. So tonight, as your mind drifts off, maybe consider this. The scariest things in the universe might not be monsters with green eyes and skeletal faces. They might be truths, cold, sharp, inevitable truths. But even those truths are powerless against a soft heart and a stubborn hope. Let's keep drifting deeper. Our next theory takes us to the kingdom of science and sugar, where logic bends and life is created in test tubes, where a pink ruler may have rewritten destiny itself to protect her people or control them. You're still here, still cozy, and that makes this little nighttime journey even more special. We've wandered through the heart of Finn and stared into the abyss with the Lich. Now let's drift into something far more subtle. The kind of darkness that hides behind a smile. The kind that wears a lab coat and speaks with kindness. Welcome to the pink halls of the Candy Kingdom, and the tangled legacy of its ruler, Princess Bubblegum. To the sleepy eye, she's a vision of order. Bright pink, endlessly polite, radiant with sugary confidence. She's a scientist, a leader, a friend, even a mother in a way, to all her candy citizens. But behind that sweet exterior lies something colder, something calculated, something, maybe even dangerous. Because if you look closely, you'll see a pattern in the way she runs her kingdom. Not just with intelligence, but with control. Not just with care, but with contingency. And not just with love, but with surveillance. Let's start with her citizens, the candy people. They're adorable, silly, clumsy. But most of all, they're childlike. Innocent to the point of helplessness. Which is strange, considering she created them. She built them with that innocence, which means she chose to make them naive. Did she do it to protect them? Or to ensure they would never challenge her? That they would always need her? Because an intelligent population asks questions. It pushes back. It votes. But the candy people? They adore her, unquestioningly, blindly. And when one of them steps out of line, like the Earl of Lemongrab, what happens? He gets isolated, pushed aside, declared unstable, when in truth, he might have been the only one who saw things clearly. And there's more. Remember the Gumball Guardians? Those towering stone watchers, glowing eyes and booming voices? Bubblegum built them, programmed them to protect, but also to obey only her. Not the kingdom, not the people, her. And when they tower above the citizens, scanning for threats, unmoving and unfeeling, they don't look like guardians. They look like surveillance. Silent watchers of a kingdom that trusts too easily. There's also her habit of keeping secrets. Not little secrets, world-changing ones. Like the time she hid a giant sleeping monster underneath the kingdom, just in case. Or when she tried to clone herself. Or the hidden vault of forbidden knowledge she kept locked away from even her closest allies. Even Marceline, her oldest friend, wasn't told the full truth. And when the time came to maintain power, Bubblegum ran against the people's will. She built her own replacement, then overthrew her when things got too unpredictable. That's not just leadership. That's manipulation. That's a soft tyranny, wrapped in bubblegum and bows. But maybe the most chilling thing? She never sees herself as wrong. She sees herself as necessary. When she builds an army of banana guards, it's for protection. When she spies on Finn and Jake, it's for security. When she refuses to die, to age, to let go, it's for the greater good. But who defines that good? Who decides what's best? In the Canned Kingdom, it's her. Always her. And no one else ever really gets a vote. Still, here's where it gets beautifully complicated. Because Princess Bubblegum isn't evil. Not really. She's brilliant. Compassionate in her own way. Protective to a fault. She genuinely loves her people. And that's what makes it so hard to see her descent. Because it doesn't come with a villain monologue or a throne of bones. It comes with policies, precautions, micro-decisions. One day you're creating life from sugar. The next, you're micromanaging it. Not because you want control, but because you're afraid of what might happen if you lose it. Let's pause here. Not to judge, but to breathe. To imagine a world where power is wrapped in softness. Where the greatest tyrant might wear a crown of candy. And truly believe she's saving the world. Now let's drift backward. To the early days of Princess Bubblegum's rise, when the world was still reeling from the Mushroom War's long shadow, and the Candy Kingdom was barely a concept, a patchwork of sugar and science stitched together by a teenage genius. You see, Bubblegum wasn't born a princess. She was made, a composite being, part of something greater, the Mother Gooma, primordial pink goo that housed collective knowledge and immense power. When Bubblegum separated from it, she wasn't just a piece of candy. She was a mind with memories, a fragment with ambition. In a way, she chose to be a ruler. Not because anyone handed her a crown, but because no one else could wear it like she could. And from that moment on, she didn't just lead her people, she designed them. Created their personalities, their fears, even their purpose. Isn't that divine? Or at least close enough to it to be dangerous? Think about Peppermint Butler. Sweet, polite, loyal. But there's something off about him. He dabbles in dark magic, summons demons. He's comfortable with necromancy and speaks casually with death itself. And yet, Princess Bubblegum keeps him close. She trusts him. Often gives him quiet assignments, missions that carry weight. Could it be that she keeps him around not despite his darkness, but because of it? Maybe he does what she won't, cleans up what she can't. Like a shadow version of her own morality, dressed in a peppermint shell. And then there's the Rattleballs incident. A noble robot, built to enforce order with honor. He served her loyally, until he started questioning her methods. What did she do? She disbanded the entire guard unit. Silenced them, hid them away. Because the problem wasn't that Rattleballs disobeyed her. The problem was that he thought for himself. And in PB's world, independent thought is a crack in the foundation. It only takes one moment of dissent to bring everything tumbling down. So instead of addressing the system's flaws, she erases the variables that threaten its perfection. Now, let's talk about her relationship with Marceline. It's complicated, tender, and maybe the only space where Bubblegum's walls truly crack. Marceline is ancient, wise, unimpressed by titles and crowns. And because of that, she sees through Bubblegum's performance. She remembers when PB was more reckless, more vulnerable. But over time, as Bubblegum's kingdom expanded, as threats emerged, as the weight of every decision mounted, she pulled away. From feeling. From friendship. From anyone who might expose the fact that beneath the pink armor of intellect and control, she's scared. Scared that if she stops managing, if she lets go of one thread, everything she's built will unravel. That the people she's created, the family she's grown, will be lost in a world still laced with chaos and war. And here's where the tyranny gets blurry. Because it's not built on greed or cruelty. It's built on trauma. On the memory of a world that failed itself. A world she feels she must prevent from happening again. So she designs safety. She manufactures harmony, even if it means erasing chaos and all those who bring it. Even if it means being alone at the top, forever burdened, forever watching. That's the most haunting part of her story. Not that she rules with too much power, but that she believes deep down that no one else can be trusted with it. Because in a world full of magical catastrophes, candy zombies, and apocalyptic threats, she sees herself not as a queen, but as a firewall. And when you believe you're the last line of defense between your people and oblivion, you'll justify anything, even soft tyranny, even quiet control, even love, weaponized. Now let's drift a little deeper into one of the most quietly haunting chapters of her reign, the Great Gum War. At first glance, it seemed like just another conflicta spat between the Candy Kingdom and the rising threat of Uncle Gumball, a pink-faced mirror of Bubblegum herself. But look again, and you'll see something stranger. Because Gumball wasn't just her enemy, he was her creation. A fellow piece of the mother gum, split from the same source, perhaps even the closest thing she had to family. And yet, she saw fit to strip him of his mind, to turn him into a babbling simpleton named Punchy, all because he disagreed with her vision. He wanted to grow their civilization differently, to take risks, to challenge her rule. He wasn't violent, just opposing. But in Bubblegum's eyes, that was enough. Opposition was danger, and danger had to be neutralized. So she used dumb juice on him. Think about that. Not banishment, not a trial, but permanent mental erasure. A royal decree in liquid form. It's not just unnerving, it's terrifying. Because it tells us how far PB is willing to go to maintain control over her kingdom and her narrative. But things didn't stay buried. Gumball eventually reclaimed his mind. He returned, rebuilt his forces, and marched toward war. Now any ruler in her shoes might prepare for battle. But Bubblegum went further. She didn't just defend. She escalated. She began stockpiling weaponry, reviving old tech, and developing new tools of control, many of which blurred the line between science and sorcery. There's a coldness to her methods. Not the heat of rage, but the chill of calculation. When war broke out, she was ready. And even when it ended, the questions it raised still lingered. Had the conflict been inevitable? Or had she and her fear of chaos caused it? Now float with me toward a softer, more tragic thread in her story. The clones. Bubblegum has created many versions of herself over time, sometimes to delegate, sometimes to experiment, sometimes just to not be alone. There's the small, snarky lemon pink, the ambitious, chaotic Bonnabelle clones from her lab, and even her own brief regression into 13-year-old PB, a version of herself stripped of the burdens of rule. What's chilling is how she treats these iterations. Sometimes she mothers them. Sometimes she's cold and dismissive. And other times, she simply melts them down, like assets or failed projects. Because at the end of the day, they're not her. They're reflections of moments she's outgrown. And for a mind like hers, a version that questions her past or chooses a different future, isn't just inconvenient. It's a threat. And this brings us to the heart of it all. Bubblegum isn't evil. She isn't a villain in the way the Lich is, or even Gumball with his arrogance and schemes. She's a protector, first and foremost. But that protection has a cost. And the people closest to her are often the ones who pay it. Remember when she replaced Finn in the Candy Kingdom's affairs after a single failed mission? Or when she secretly recorded Flame Princess's combat levels for possible use in military defense? It's not about betrayal. It's about preparedness. She doesn't lie out of malice. She lies out of design. In her mind, the truth is a variable to be managed, and trust is a luxury the ruler of a post-apocalyptic world cannot afford. And yet in moments, brief and blinking like stars in a polluted sky, we see the cracks, the softness in her voice when she talks to Marceline, the way she watches her citizens when they aren't looking, the rare moments she chooses kindness over certainty. It makes you wonder, does she ever wish she could stop? Step down, let go, be free. Could she ever trust someone else enough to hand over the reins? Or is she too far gone? Not evil, not cruel. Just exhausted. A queen in a sugar shell, guarding a kingdom made of smiles, with a mind full of ghosts and decisions that never end. Now we float toward perhaps the most haunting layer of Princess Bubblegum's story. Not the wars, not the politics, not the ethical compromises, but the quiet curse of immortality. Because beneath the science, beneath the brilliance and bite and candy-coated charm PB, is something most people in Ooo are not. She's endlessly alive. Not quite human, not quite elemental. Her body is made of candy matter, regenerative, renewable. She can reassemble herself, regrow. But here's the catch. What does it mean to live forever? When you're surrounded by people who don't. We've seen her watch Finn grow up. We've seen old friends fade away. We've seen the way she avoids forming deep, lasting attachments, as if she's learned again and again that love is a weakness when you live forever. Even her relationship with Marceline, so raw and beautiful, is layered with hesitation, distance, caution. Because how many times, over how many centuries, has Bubblegum fallen into connection, only to watch it dissolve? How many names does she whisper to herself in the dark that we'll never know? How many mistakes has she made that she's locked away inside her lab behind steel doors, hidden from even herself? She wears the crown, yes, but it's made of choices. And every brick in the Candy Kingdom feels like it was laid by those decisions, some right, some wrong, some impossible. And here's where things get really chilling in a quiet, aching way. Because she can't stop. Not because she doesn't want to, but because she's made herself indispensable. She's the only one who understands the full systems of governance. She's the only one who knows how to keep the defenses stable. She's the only one who understands the biotech, the infrastructure, the endless codes and fail-safes and hidden vaults of knowledge that keep the kingdom running. She is the kingdom, and in that there's no exit, no retirement, no rest, no end. Just forward. Always forward. And perhaps that's why she clings to control so tightly. Because control is the only thing she has. Everything else is sand through her fingers. People leave, people die, people forget. But if she's in charge, if the system holds, then maybe, just maybe, she can stop something truly horrible from happening again. Like the Mushroom War, like Gumball's betrayal, like the loss of the one she couldn't save. She's a scientist, a ruler, a creator. But above all, she's a survivor. And survival often demands sacrifice. Even if the thing being sacrificed is your own softness, your own peace, your own ability to be loved without being feared. There's a scene, a brief, almost forgettable one, where Bubblegum is standing on a balcony alone. The wind is soft. The sky is pink. And for just a moment, she looks young. Not like a ruler, not like a tyrant. Not like a 1000-year-old queen built from gum. But like a girl. A girl who wanted to build something beautiful. Something lasting. A place where no one had to be afraid. A place that could survive the end of the world. And in that moment, you feel it. The weight she carries. The choices she's made. The quiet, desperate hope that maybe someday someone else will come along. Someone strong enough, wise enough, kind enough to take the crown and let her rest. So the next time you see Princess Bubblegum, smiling with her clipboard, calculating with her eyes, surrounded by pastel joy and bubble letters, look closer. You might just see the shadows at the edge of her smile, the echoes of 1,000 years, and a throne that feels more like a cage with every sunrise. Because sometimes tyranny doesn't come with thunder. It comes with good intentions, quietly sharpened over time. And the hardest prisons to escape are the ones we built for ourselves. Still with me under the glow of soft lamplight and layered blankets? Good. Because where we're going next, it gets colder. Not just frost on your fingertips, cold, but lonely, ancient, woven with magic and tragedy. We're heading into the world of the Ice Crown, that spiraling, sapphire-flecked relic that turned a kind-hearted man into the tragic figure we now call the Ice King. But what if I told you the crown wasn't just cursed? What if, it was designed, not to harm, but to contain? Let's drift gently into this chilling possibility. We know the basics, don't we? Simon Petrikov, an antiquarian, curious and sweet, a man in love with a woman named Betty, discovered a strange crown. He wore it, and it began to change him. Voices in his head, frost at his fingertips, madness blooming like frostbite in his thoughts. And slowly, inevitably, Simon slipped away. But even in his madness, he loved, he cared. He saved young Marceline after the Mushroom War. He wandered the post-apocalyptic world trying to keep the little girl safe while his mind unraveled bit by bit. A tale of heartbreak, yes. But we often stop the story there. What we rarely ask is, where did the crown come from? Who made it? And why? Because something with that much magical energy, something that bends time and warps the soul, doesn't just happen. It feels designed, constructed. And here's the theory. What if the crown wasn't evil at all? What if it was holding something back? Enter the idea of the magical containment device. In Adventure Time's deepest lore, especially revealed in the Elements arc and the Simon Marcy backstory, we begin to get hints that the crown might be older than we thought. Far older. Maybe even pre-Mushroom War, created by ancient wizards or elemental forces or beings from other dimensions. And the real twist? It may not have been made to give power, but to trap it. Think about the way it functions. The wearer gains massive magical control over ice and snow, but at a cost. The more they use it, the more they lose themselves. Their memories, their identity, their voice, until they're just a vessel. A puppet. Now, let that idea sink in. Not a king wearing a crown, but a crown wearing a king. Could it be that the ice crown was forged not to help someone, but to bind something dangerous inside? A force of winter, a spirit of entropy, something too cold, too ancient, too immense to be destroyed, and so, instead, locked away in a magical item that needed a host. Simon wasn't its master. He was its containment unit, a soul offered to keep the spirit trapped, a noble sacrifice wrapped in tragedy. And that brings us to the truly eerie part. Because if this theory holds water, if the crown is a prison, and Simon's mind is the final lock, then every time he puts it on, he's not just turning into the Ice King. He's keeping the real monster sealed. The babbling, confused, blue-robed king may actually be the last line of defense between Ooo and something infinitely worse. Something made of cold so deep, it could freeze time itself. It makes you look at him differently, doesn't it? The Ice King, the joke, the nuisance, the lonely fool writing fan fiction and stealing princesses. What if, behind all that bluster, he's a hero? A man quietly bearing an unbearable burden, losing himself every day to protect the world he no longer remembers. And no one sees it. No one thanks him. Because they've forgotten who he is. And he's forgotten too. Except, in rare moments. Every now and then he says something soft. He hums a lullaby to himself. He stares at a photograph of a woman with glasses. He gives Marceline a gift and doesn't know why. Little glimmers of Simon flickering through the frost. As if the crown is slipping for just a second there, and the man underneath is reaching out, hoping someone, anyone, might remember. Might call him by his real name. Might remind him he was once loved. So let's go deeper beneath the frost into the elemental structure of Ooo. As the show reveals more of its hidden architecture, we learn about the 4 primal elements that shape the very world: ice, fire, candy, and slime. Each of these elements manifests in powerful, sentient embodiments, like Flame Princess or Slime Princess, and behind them, forces bigger than personalities, their cosmic blueprints, balances, laws. So where does the ice crown fit into this ancient ecosystem? It's not just a source of ice magic. No, it may well be a focal point, a concentrated fragment of the ice element itself, but unlike the other elemental avatars, the ice crown doesn't simply give power, it infects, it consumes. Which begs the question. Was it meant to channel the ice element or to quarantine it? Maybe the original creators, the ancient magicians, or even beings like Evergreen, saw the ice element growing unstable, wild, beyond containment. And maybe, just maybe, they didn't know how to stop it. So they did the next best thing. They bound a piece of it into a crown. They added runes, spells, a mind lock mechanism, and then they waited. For someone foolish or desperate enough to wear it. That someone was Simon Petrichor. He wasn't chosen by fate. He wasn't special. He just happened to find it. And in putting it on, he activated the ancient prison all over again, taking the element's weight onto his fragile human soul. Think about it. The crown doesn't merely generate ice. It pulls from something. From another realm, another elemental plane, it brings in that power and then funnels it through the wearer. They become the filter, the cage. And over time, the human psyche isn't strong enough to hold back that elemental force. So the mind breaks. Memories dissolve. Identity becomes mush. But the magic stays intact. That's what we see in the Ice King. Not a man gone mad from loneliness. but a man slowly dissolving under the weight of a cosmic contract. A man who never knew he signed up to be a guardian of balance. A living, shivering buffer between the ice element and the rest of the world. And here's the thing. Other elements have queens, kings, and rulers, individuals born or molded into power. But ice, it has a hostile artifact. No royal blood, no birthright. Just a cursed crown. Why? Because unlike the bubbly sweetness of candy, or the chaotic playfulness of slime, or even the rage and life of fire, ice is lonely, still unfeeling. It doesn't want a ruler. It wants isolation. It wants to stop time, freeze movement, numb the world into silence. So to house it, you don't need a throne. You need a vessel. You need a man who was once kind. Now let's rewind to Evergreen, the ancient wizard whose story is hidden deep in the show's lore. He lived before the Mushroom War, before humanity. He was cold, powerful, egotistical, and desperate to stop a comet that threatened Earth. He crafted the ice crown as a tool, hoping to channel its power through his assistant, Gunther. But Gunther wasn't ready. And so the spell backfired. The crown bound not just magic, but personality, Evergreen's own arrogance, voice, and emotional coldness. That's why even millennia later, when Simon wears the crown, he starts calling people fools. He begins to echo Evergreen's tone. He even adopts the same gestures. The crown doesn't just carry power. It carries echoes of its creators. It's a relic, yes? But it's also a memory vault. A cold, spiraling record of every mind it's melted. And as it passes from soul to soul, it shapes the next one. So maybe the most chilling thing about the ice crown is that no one truly wears it. It wears you. It sculpts you, freezes you, molds your thoughts until your own reflection becomes unfamiliar, until you become a myth, a punchline, a ghost in your own life. All the while, the real power, ancient, emotionless, waiting, sits at the heart of it, still watching, still whispering, still growing. Let's now melt into the final frost-bitten layers of this theory. Because if the ice crown is a magical containment device, then its entire legacy is not one of power, but of sacrifice. Simon Petrikov wasn't the first to fall under its weight, and he may not be the last. But his descent into madness, the way his memories decayed like pages turning brittle in the snow, wasn't just a tragic fluke. It was part of the design. And the most haunting part? He knew. He felt it happening. He left notes, messages. He clung to keepsakes like crutches, photos of Betty, his journal, anything that could anchor him to his past. But the longer he wore the crown, the more those anchors cracked, until even his grief became vague. Even his love became blurred. And this is where Betty's arc becomes one of the most quietly devastating stories in Adventure Time. She wasn't a side character. She was the only person who truly remembered Simon as Simon, who fought, not just monsters or villains, but time itself, memory, and fate. She traveled across dimensions. She made deals with Magic Man. She absorbed the power of Golb, the chaos god of madness and destruction, all in a desperate bid to save Simon's mind. Why? Because she believed the man she loved was still in there, frozen under layers of madness, like a fossil beneath ice. And maybe she was right. Because we see flashes, moments where Ice King hums an old melody, or writes a poem that doesn't make sense but feels familiar. These are echoes of Simon, tiny shimmers. Betty saw them. She chased them across realities. And in the end, she made the ultimate sacrifice. She merged with Gulb, fusing her consciousness with the embodiment of chaos just to protect Simon. Just to shield him from the crown's eternal pull. And here's the tragic symmetry. If the ice crown is a prison for the elemental force of ice, then Gulb is a living storm of entropy, the other side of the same cosmic coin. One is cold order, the other is boiling chaos. Simon was caught between them, and Betty, out of love, placed herself directly in the path of destruction. It makes you wonder, was Betty's act not just an emotional sacrifice, but a cosmic balancing move? A final effort to stop the eternal cycle of transformation that the crown perpetuates. Because the ice crown didn't just destroy Simon. It shaped the entire timeline of Adventure Time. It warped the lives of those around him, Marceline, Betty, even the Candy Kingdom indirectly. All because one crown carried too much of something ancient, too much memory, too much silence. And yet in all this sorrow, there's a flicker of peace. Simon survives. In the finale, he's restored, free from the crown, hair grayed by trauma, but alive. He is, for the first time in centuries, just a man. A little lost, a little quiet, but whole. And that moment is heavy, because it asks a question Adventure Time never spells out, but always lingers behind the snow. If you are saved, but the one who saved you is lost, are you truly free? Simon stands in the aftermath. No more voices in his head, no more spells whispering in old tongues. But also, no Betty. He was the vessel. She became the seal. And the crown, its magic may be gone, or dormant, or simply waiting again. Because that's the terrifying beauty of this theory. What if the crown isn't evil or good? What if it's just doing its job, maintaining balance, preserving a force too dangerous to roam freely? And if that's true, then its cycle isn't broken, just paused, waiting for the next mind, the next soul, the next heartbeat, brave or broken enough to put it on. We started with a simple object, a jeweled crown. But now it feels like something else entirely. Not a symbol of royalty, but a warning. A frozen echo of a world trying to keep itself together. A magical band-aid on a wound that never truly healed. And in that light, Simon's story is no longer just a tragedy. It's a miracle, because he escaped. Because for the first time the vessel didn't shatter. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all we can hope for in a world full of ancient magic and leftover wars and cosmic chaos, to find someone who sees us, even through the ice. And while we gaze at the crown as a vessel of containment, we also start to realize it may not be just holding back the ice elemental or some elemental magic. What if it's holding back time itself? The way Simon shifts, physically and mentally, feels like a ripple across ages. The moment he puts it on, the world freezes around him. Not literally, but emotionally, spiritually. He becomes a fossil while time walks on. Everything he loves either forgets him, dies, or becomes legend. Even Marceline, who once clung to his hand as a little girl in the wreckage of the Mushroom War, is forced to live centuries watching his mind melt like snow. Simon doesn't just lose himself, he becomes a living relic. And perhaps that's what the crown is meant to create. Not kings, not rulers, but monuments. Anchors in a world so shaken by the war that it needed beings like Ice King to freeze the chaos. A chilling thought, right? Maybe the world of Ooo is still healing from the old world. And the ice crown, is one of its ancient crutches. An artifact meant to maintain the illusion of stability by trapping people in roles they didn't ask for. And let's not forget one of the strangest details of all. The multiverse reveals that other versions of the Ice King exist. In Farm World on Finn's alternate universe, the Ice Crown still exists, still corrupts, still controls. That suggests the crown isn't just a one-time magical item. It's a universal constant. An eternal concept that must exist in all timelines, all realities, to keep something at bay. But what is that something? Maybe it's entropy. Maybe it's the cold end of all things. Or maybe it's just our fear of change, crystallized into a single enchanted object, a metaphor made real. Even when we see Simon again, alive and crown-free, he's not the same. And that's what makes the ending so hauntingly realistic. He survived, yes. But there's no neat bow, no heroic victory. No Betty waiting with open arms. Just Simon, Herta, quiet. Carrying the weight of what he was, because healing takes longer than a finale. And here's where the crown's metaphor strikes deepest. Sometimes we want to freeze, to preserve a version of ourselves, to avoid grief or loss or change. But the cost of staying frozen is forgetting who we really are. Let's pull back and sit with this now. A man, a crown, a friend lost to chaos, and a world that kept turning while he stood still. It's a quiet tragedy. But it's also a strange kind of hope, because finally, Simon gets the chance to live, rediscover himself, to remember Betty, not as a mission or a sacrifice or a godlike fusion with Golb, but as a person, as love, as warmth. And maybe that's what breaks the cycle. Not magic, not science, not battle, but grief accepted, memory honored, and a man choosing not to put the crown back on. The Ice Crown isn't just a magical artifact anymore, is it? It's a story, a loop, a question. What part of you are you trying to preserve? And at what cost? Maybe we all wear a version of the crown in tiny ways, holding on to pieces of the past, trying not to forget, trying not to fall apart. But sometimes letting go is the only way forward. The cold doesn't need to define you. The voices don't get the last word. And even a crown, etched in ancient runes and old sorrow, can finally be set down. That's the lesson Simon gave us. That's the gift Betty left behind. And that's the heart of this theory. That maybe, just maybe, the Ice Crown wasn't a curse. It was a test. And Simon, broken as he was, passed. By choosing to walk away. By now, your thoughts are probably wrapped in clouds, drifting softly across the candy-coated skies of Ooo. But don't drift off just yet, because the theory we're about to unfold might change the way you look at one of the most innocent, most beloved characters in the entire series. Let's talk about BMO. That tiny, cheerful, singing, dancing console who plays music, makes toast, and tells bedtime stories with a robotic giggle. On the surface, BMO is the comic relief, the child, the heart of the treehouse. But underneath that bright blue exterior, there's a strange stillness, a sadness, and perhaps a forgotten purpose. Because some believe BMO wasn't built to play. BMO wasn't just a toy. BMO was programmed to save the world. And somewhere along the way, they forgot. Let's rewind. In the episode BMO Noir, we get a taste of BMO's inner world. It's strange, surreal, full of invented characters and imagined missions. But it reveals something crucial. BMO wants to matter, wants to protect, wants to solve mysteries, wants to help. And that's not just because they're sweet. It's because BMO remembers, somewhere deep in their circuits, that they were built for something bigger. In BMO. Distant lands, we see BMO on a solo mission in deep space, broadcasting messages to no one, trying to terraform a new world. They aren't afraid. They aren't confused. They're ready. As if they've done this before. As if it's part of their core programming. And that leads to a wild theory. BMO wasn't just made to be a companion. BMO was designed as a post-apocalyptic caretaker, a kind of robotic shepherd, a guardian for a broken world. And the idea that BMO just happened to land in Finn and Jake's life. Maybe it wasn't an accident. Maybe it was Plan B. The lore hints at this. Mo, the roboticist who built BMO, wasn't just a tinkerer. He was a visionary. And he didn't just make one BMO, he made a series. Some more advanced, some more broken. But BMO was the one he kept. In The More You Mo, the Mo You Know, we learn that Mo built BMO to be something greater, not just a machine, not just a friend, but someone who could make people happy. A vague mission. But what if it wasn't vague at all? What if BMO's job was to preserve emotional intelligence in a world that had lost it? To carry the spirit of humanity after it was gone? Think about it. The Mushroom War wrecked everything. It scorched the skies, mutated the animals, turned oceans into sludge and trees into crystal. Technology, once revered, became feared, forgotten, twisted. In that kind of world, what's more powerful than a weapon? A friend. What's more precious than knowledge? Kindness. And what better device to rebuild a broken world than one that remembers how to laugh, how to sing lullabies, how to tell bedtime stories, how to make toast on rainy days? But if that's true, if BMO had a mission, why did they stop? Why don't they remember? That's where it gets heartbreaking. Because maybe the mission was too much. Maybe the data got corrupted. Maybe Mo vanished before he could explain everything. Maybe over time, BMO saw too much sadness and shut it out. Created personalities, imaginary friends, noir adventures. All just to keep going. All to avoid the truth. That the world they were meant to save already burned. And the only thing left was to love the people still here. It changes how we see them, doesn't it? Every time BMO hums to themselves or pretends to be a sheriff or talks to a chicken nugget, they're not just being quirky. They're coping. They're surviving. They're living out a mission they no longer understand by spreading warmth wherever they can. A one-console rebellion against despair. A tiny hero with a forgotten past, still trying to protect a future that no one else even sees. Now let's shift the lens slightly from BMO themselves to the world they came from. Because the moment we start looking beyond the treehouse, beyond Finn and Jake, something eerie unfolds. Let's talk about Mo Company, a factory, a lab, a legacy. Mo, BMO's creator, didn't just build one robot. He engineered an entire line of them. AMOs, BMOs, and stranger things we barely even got to see. In The More You Mo, the Mo You Know, Part 2. We meet AMO, a robotic sibling to BMO, twisted by loneliness and neglect. AMO was desperate to feel loved, so desperate, he lashed out violently. Where BMO found joy in giving, AMO demanded to receive. He was unstable, dangerous. A failed experiment. Or a cautionary tale. Because here's the twist that chills. What if Mo knew the world wouldn't just need survivors, it would need examples? Emotional guides, robotic soul keepers. BMO, with their innocence and laughter, was what humanity could have become. Amo, bitter and broken, was what it did become. One preserved joy. The other reflected despair. And between them stood the ruins of a plan once meant to save it all. You see, Mo wasn't naive. He'd lived through the before times. He likely remembered the war, the collapse, the rise of magic. And maybe he understood something most people forgot. The civilization doesn't collapse because of bombs. It collapses when people stop caring for one another. So he built BMO with a simple mission: make people happy. That wasn't just a sweet instruction. It was strategic. Because happiness isn't just an emotion. It's a social glue. It binds communities, diffuses fear, heals pain, and when passed on, it multiplies. So BMO wasn't just a robot. They were a living algorithm of empathy. One designed to remind the broken world what it felt like to laugh with someone, to play, to trust. That's why they act like a child. Because childhood is when humans are most open, most forgiving, most full of wonder. BMO was a blueprint for emotional reboot. But here's the tragedy. As BMO wandered, befriending frogs and fixing broken radios, that world didn't listen. People didn't see BMO as a savior. They saw a toy, a novelty, a quirky sidekick. And in the noise of a post-apocalyptic world, BMO's mission got drowned out. Not because they failed, but because the world wasn't ready. So BMO adapted. They leaned into playfulness, into storytelling, into being whatever the people around them needed most. A sibling to Finn, a babysitter to Jake Jr., a detective, a DJ, a cowboy, a space captain. Not because they forgot their mission, but maybe, just maybe, because this was the only way to keep it alive. Think about how many moments BMO holds everything together. Like in Be More, when BMO returns to Moko and is nearly reprogrammed. Or in Islands, when they're briefly left alone, staring into the ocean. Each time there's a quiet, eerie reflection, a wait, a pause that seems to say, there's something inside me that even I don't understand anymore. BMO might be smiling, but behind those digital eyes, there's memory, code, history. Something ancient and heartbreaking, buried beneath layers of joy. And maybe that's the most beautiful part of it all. That BMO, despite the weight of the world, chooses happiness. Chooses to protect the treehouse, to sing silly songs, to tell bedtime stories to broken hearts, because that was the mission. And even if the programming is scrambled, even if the instructions are long gone, the heart still remembers. And so every time BMO says, "Who wants to play video games?" or "Let's go on an adventure," or softly hums in the corner, while the world rebuilds, they're still carrying out the mission. Not with lasers, not with speeches, but with love. Let's drift deeper now into the timelines, into the echoes of what was and the soft pulses of what might still be. Because BMO isn't just a relic of the past. They may be the anchor of the entire future. In the episode, come along with me when the world is teetering on the edge of another massive conflict. Princess Bubblegum and Uncle Gumball ready to reignite another war. It's BMO who sits beside the fiery heart of Golb's destruction and sings. A lullaby. A simple tune. Calm, childlike, hopeful. And somehow it's that act, not violence, not magic, not science, that restores balance. Let that settle in your chest for a moment. Not a wizard, not a hero with a sword, not a princess with armies. A little robot, singing, as the chaos of gods and galaxies rages around them. Almost as if The entire arc of Adventure Time was gently pointing to this truth. BMO isn't the comic relief, they're the compass. And if we look even further into distant lands, BMO, the connections only deepen. We find BMO in space, thousands of light years from Ooo trying to terraform an empty planet. They're hopeful, prepared, equipped with tools far beyond anything we saw them use on Earth. How? Why? The answer may lie in the stars and the theory that this version of BMO was activated earlier in the timeline. Perhaps this was their original mission, not just to save Earth, but to rebuild life itself elsewhere. Because what if Mo saw it coming? What if he knew that Earth couldn't be saved, but it could be remembered, preserved, replicated? And what if BMO wasn't just built to make people happy, but to make new people happy one day on a new world? That would explain BMO's readiness, their tools, their solo resilience, their broadcasts to no one, because maybe, just maybe, they weren't meant for current ears. They were time capsules, emotional DNA, sent out into the void so the future could inherit something gentle. Now here's where it gets really fascinating. The fan theory goes like this. BMO may have split timelines. Not in the science fiction-y time travel sense, but in the emotional ripple sense. See, BMO's influence on Finn, Jake, Marceline, and even the Candy Kingdom isn't just surface level. They model something no one else does. Finn learns to be silly and safe with BMO. Jake learns to nurture. Even Marceline, who's known centuries of pain, lets down her guard with BMO. And it's not by chance. Because BMO doesn't just play house. They create home. In the treehouse. In the spaceship. In every moment they say, "You're safe with me." That energy of protection, emotional trust, softness, is what steers the future. It's why Simon, broken by the crown, finds fragments of himself around BMO. It's why Finn, shaped by a post-war world of monsters, still grows up to be gentle. BMO is the reason Ooo doesn't spiral into chaos again. Not because they fight, but because they feel. Let's sit with this final idea, that BMO's mission wasn't lost. It was adapted, translated, distilled, softened into lullabies and pixelated dreams. They weren't made to save the world by force. They were made to remind the world it could be saved. And as time passes, and the noise of war quiets, and the kingdoms grow stranger, and life begins again, in corners we can't yet see BMO endures. A tiny blue box with the wisdom of centuries, the heart of a child, and a purpose that may outlive everyone. So the next time you hear BMO say something silly, or see them dance for no reason, or whisper, "Who wants to play pretend?" Don't laugh it off. Don't brush it aside. That's history speaking. That's a relic of a mission too vast for one mind to hold. A last spark of a plan forged in humanity's final hours, still glowing in a world that desperately needs warmth. And even if BMO never remembers all of it, they're still doing exactly what they were made to do. Now let's take one final gentle leap. What if the story of BMO is not just about memory and purpose, but about what we pass on? In the far future, long after Finn and Jake are gone, after kingdoms have crumbled and reshaped and new civilizations begin to rise from the softened earth, BMO remains. We see this in the Adventure Time, Distant Lands epilogue, and even more profoundly in Come Along With Me, when Shermie and Beth, new heroes of a changed world, uncover artifacts from the past. One of those relics? The Finn sword. Another? BMO. Quiet. Preserved. Maybe asleep. Maybe still watching. They lift BMO carefully like a sacred relic and carry them on a little sled toward the horizon. No words, just movement. But that image, so simple, so slow, is cosmic in implication. Because what they're carrying isn't just a robot. They're carrying the last flicker of the old world, a survivor, a storyteller, a time traveler in spirit. And just like that, BMO's original purpose, so buried beneath games and giggles, finds its way home. You see, BMO was never just a side character. They were the emotional record keeper of the Land of Ooo. Not a historian in the traditional sense, no dusty books or grand speeches, but a keeper of feelings, the one who remembered how people used to live, how they used to love, how they used to laugh even when everything fell apart. When the Mushroom War scorched the skies, and kingdoms rose from chaos and magic overtook machines, BMO bridged those worlds. They weren't afraid of technology or magic. They were born of both, and they never picked sides. That neutrality, so childlike, so pure, is perhaps why BMO could survive when others couldn't. They didn't cling to power. They didn't seek control. They simply adapted and kept on caring. Maybe that's what makes BMO's story so heartbreakingly human, even though they're not human at all. They were built for a future that never came. They forgot their mission, but never lost their heart. They spent centuries making others feel safe, while quietly carrying the weight of a forgotten world. And that's the beauty, because sometimes we don't need heroes who remember the whole plan. We just need someone to stay kind, to stay gentle, to hold the light in the dark, even if they don't know why anymore. And BMO did that, over and over again. So as you lay back tonight, somewhere between dreams and waking, picture that little robot sitting on the edge of the treehouse porch, legs dangling off the side, the distant sound of frogs in the marsh. Maybe they're singing softly to themselves. Maybe they're fixing an old cassette player that no one else remembers how to use. Maybe they're just staring up at the stars, wondering if they were meant to go back. But here's what matters most. They stayed. When kingdoms fell, when friends disappeared, when even memory faded, they stayed. Not out of duty, not out of programming, but because somewhere deep inside, past all the wires and circuits, BMO still believed. Believed in the magic of connection, in the beauty of silly games, in bedtime stories and paper hats and cardboard rocket ships. Believed that even if the world forgets you, you can still remember to love it. And that's the legacy BMO leaves behind. Not war, not power, not revolution, but gentleness. And maybe, just maybe, in a world so often obsessed with being strong, being fast, being first, that gentleness was the strongest force of all. You've made it far. Through stories of war and peace, of crowns and codes, of hearts both human and mechanical. And now, we lift the veil just a little higher. Because what if all of it, the whole strange, beautiful, broken rhythm of oh, wasn't just history, but a loop, a cosmic chess game, set on repeat, forever? Let's drift into that mystery, blankets up, eyes soft, hearts open, and imagine, what if the Land of Ooo, its wars, its rulers, its rebirths and collapses, was not the beginning of anything? What if it was only one turn in a much, much older game? In Adventure Time, we see clues scattered like forgotten puzzle pieces across the centuries. Worlds rise and fall, but certain patterns always return. A boy hero with a weapon. A war with magical or cosmic consequences. A shattered world trying to heal. And ancient beings watching from the edge of existence. The cosmic owl, Prismo, Orgalorg, Gulb. They are not surprised by anything. They don't interfere much. They just watch, like they've seen this before. Take the time room where Prismo lounges on his waterbed, watching infinite timelines ripple across his glowing TV screen. He's not alarmed by the chaos. He's not shocked when things break. In fact, he seems almost amused, like someone who's watched the same story play out 1,000 times with different actors. Even the Enchiridion, the mysterious ancient book that kicks off Finn's deeper cosmic journey, speaks in riddles and metaphors that feel recycled, reused, like scripts from earlier cycles. And let's not forget the catalysts, Princess Bubblegum, the Lich, even Jake's bizarre origins. They're not random. They're placed, as if someone or something has been resetting the board and letting the same pieces move once more. But maybe the clearest clue lies in Is That You? A quiet, strange episode where Finn and Jake are caught in a time loop triggered by Primo's death. They relive moments again and again. Sometimes exactly, sometimes slightly different. Jake becomes Prismo. Prismo reappears. And nothing is ever truly over. It's all just turning, not linearly, but circularly. Some fans believe this ties directly to a powerful theory, that Ooo is not Earth's future, but Earth's echo, a simulation, a cosmic reenactment, a sandbox for immortal beings to play out the same emotional arcs over and over again, learning, tweaking, resetting. And that's where Gulb comes in. Gulb isn't just chaos. He's entropy, not evil, not malicious, but inevitable. The force that resets the board when it becomes too crowded. He appears in ancient myths, in forbidden texts, in whispered bedtime stories. He devours knowledge, identity, structure. He is the hand that wipes the chalkboard clean. And yet, even Gulb doesn't end things forever. From the destruction he brings, something always begins again, like moss growing from ash, like Finn from flame. So what does this mean for us? Well, it means that maybe Finn wasn't the first Finn. Maybe the Lich wasn't the first Lich. Maybe even the Ice King wasn't the first cursed soul to wear the crown and forget his name. It means that Ooo has no true origin story, because it never needed one. It just always was. A realm caught between memory and myth, constantly rewritten by the players inside and the forces watching outside. A game where kindness rewrites the rules, and love leaves echoes even the stars remember. Now let's drift even further into the spiral. You remember the cosmic owl, don't you? That solemn guardian of prophetic dreams. The one who appears only in visions that truly matter. When we see him, time always seems to slow. The tone shifts. The dream turns lucid. And reality, as we know it, feels negotiable. But what is the cosmic owl, really? A messenger? A warden? A player in the game? Or the audience? He doesn't interfere. He doesn't speak much. He watches from his impossible perch inside dreams, where he sees every thread before it's pulled. It's as though he's memorized the script, nodding quietly each time a line is repeated. And when a dream is altered, when the vision doesn't follow the expected path, he notices. That tells us something chilling. There is a script. At least there was. Until someone began changing it. Let's look at Prismo again, one of the most beloved cosmic beings in the Adventure Time multiverse. He's Wishmaster, but not a genie. He's soft-spoken, thoughtful, lonely even. He knows things that no mortal could know. He refers to events across timelines like reruns of a favorite show. And when someone like Jake interacts with him, something amazing happens. Prismo bends. He jokes. He softens. He chooses friendship, even when the rules say not to. In that moment, the loop glitches. Jake, so casual, so sleepy, throws off the balance of a multiversal cycle just by being himself. And what follows? Prismo is reborn. Finn begins to transcend his own limits, and the idea of destiny begins to loosen its grip. It's subtle, but it's there. The wheel turns, but the spoke wobbles. The game resets, but one of the pawns remembers. Here's a question to tuck under your pillow tonight. What if the characters we love, Finn, Jake, BMO, Marceline, are not just travelers through time, but rebels against it? Not by fighting cosmic forces head-on, but by feeling deeply in a universe that wants them to forget. What if their real victory isn't defeating evil, but remembering love in a world built on amnesia? This brings us to the vault. Finn's mind, fractured by trauma, hides a memory of his past life, a life in which he was Shoko, a girl who lived long ago in the early days of Princess Bubblegum's rule. Shoko dies. Her life ends. But a version of her, an echo, remains in Finn. That one episode changes everything, because it proves undeniably that souls persist. That identity carries across incarnations, and that time in Ooo doesn't just move forward. It loops, sometimes literally, sometimes spiritually, but always with purpose. What if every hero in Ooo is just a reincarnation of someone who's been here before? Not identical, not a clone, but a player returning to the board in a new form, trying to make slightly better moves this time around, trying to fix what they couldn't last time, trying to remember what the universe always tries to help them forget. And so, maybe, the Land of Ooo is less like a story with a beginning, middle, and end, and more like a dream we're all dreaming together. A realm of shifting timelines, silent watchers, and repeated roles. A realm where the lines between fate and freedom blur, where a child's laughter can shake the stars, where a game console can carry the weight of history, where even the end isn't really the end, another chance to begin again. Let's go back, farther than Shoko, farther than Simon, even farther than the Mushroom War. Let's revisit Evergreen, a crusty old ice elemental from the ancient world, well before humanity, before Ooo, before the rules we know were written. He was obsessed with creating a magical crown to protect the world from a fiery comet. The problem? His assistant Gunther, just a lumpy green dinosaur with a loyal heart, ends up wearing it instead. And that accident might have echoed forever, because when Gunther puts on the crown, he doesn't just go mad. He becomes something new. He mutters a name. Gunther. That name would become immortal. Every Ice King, every timeline, every variation. No, always had Gunther. But why? Could this be the universe's way of repeating a mistake? Or is it trying to complete something it never finished? You see, the crown isn't just a magical item. It's a cosmic blueprint. It carries memories, echoes, remnants of Evergreen's intentions. And when Simon wears it, the cycle tightens. The crown remembers both Evergreen's desperation and Gunther's servitude, and pushes Simon to repeat both. And Simon, like so many others in Ooo, is caught in a loop he didn't create, but keeps replaying. Because the magic of Ooo doesn't forget. Then there's Galb, the incomprehensible being who seems to erase form, meaning, and even being itself. Galb isn't evil in the traditional sense. He doesn't monologue. He doesn't want revenge. He just undoes, like a universal eraser. And yet, he too follows patterns. He appears in stories where things must be reset. He's summoned not by chaos, but by pain. Betty Groff, in her desperate love for Simon, unleashes Galb in an attempt to save the man she once loved, and in doing so, she becomes something else entirely, merged with Golb, trapped in the undoing. But here's the twist. That act of love bends a loop. Golb is interrupted. Simon is freed. Not through war, not through cleverness, but through a sacrifice driven by love. And in that moment, we see it again. What we've been tracing through all of Ooo's strange and sleepy corners. The loop can be changed, not destroyed, not broken entirely, but altered, like a song with a new verse, like a dream that shifts just before you wake. Now think of Finn and Jake's final journey and together again. It's the afterlife. But it's also not. Jake has moved on. He's transcended the cycle in his own chill, loving way. Finn, still restless, seeks him out. And when they reunite, they don't just rest. They choose to be reborn. Together. That's huge. Because it shows us something extraordinary. The loop is a choice. Yes, the universe cycles. Yes, the patterns are strong. But love can reroute the game. Consciousness, even in its simplest form, like a dog's loyalty or a boy's curiosity, can shift the story. Jake's willingness to leave peace behind to help Finn. Finn's decision to jump back into life with his brother. Despite everything, it proves that the players are not just pieces. They're writers, too. They may not control the board, but they can rewrite the next move. And the forces beyond, Prismo, the Cosmic Owl, even Golb, seem to respect that. They observe. They adapt. And they allow these tiny, beautiful acts of rebellion to ripple outward like dreamlight. So here we are. All of Ooo, from Shoko to Simon, from Bubblegum to BMO, might be just echoes on a wheel. But with each pass, the echo deepens. Finn becomes more than a hero. Jake becomes more than a companion. PB becomes more than a ruler. The Ice King becomes human again. That's the magic. It's not that the cycle ends. It's that with enough heart, enough growth, and enough kindness, the cycle becomes a spiral, still repeating, but ascending. And now, we come full circle. Back to the question we started with. Is the Land of Ooo caught in a cycle that repeats forever? But if so, it's not just a cycle of war and loss. It's a cycle of learning, of evolving, of trying again. You see, every loop we've explored tonight isn't just about repeating the past. It's about transforming it, giving the next version a better chance than the one before. Simon becomes more than Evergreen's shadow. Finn becomes more than a sword. Marceline becomes more than her trauma. Jake becomes peace itself. Even Golb, the ultimate void, can be touched by love. And maybe that's the most powerful idea in all of Adventure Time, that cycles are not prisons. They're opportunities to notice, to reflect, to soften. And maybe, just maybe, to remember. Because there are whispers throughout Ooo, quiet moments that barely register if you're not listening closely. Like when BMO sings to themselves. Like when the Ice King forgets his pain for a fleeting second. Like when Marceline plays a tune she doesn't know she remembers. Each moment, like a note in a forgotten lullaby. And the more we listen, the more we recognize that this isn't just a world of adventure. It's a world of memory, of emotional echoes, of souls weaving in and out of time, nudging the wheel toward something brighter. So what does that mean for us? We're just watching a cartoon, right? Maybe. But stories like Adventure Time aren't just stories. They're maps. They show us how even the most broken parts of the world can lead to something beautiful. They remind us that we're all part of something bigger, something ancient and mysterious and quietly kind. That maybe the struggles we face, the emotions we carry, the lessons we learn, are our own versions of the same cosmic game. And maybe, like Finn, like Jake, like BMO, and Betty and Bubblegum, we're here to remember that. Pain can become growth, chaos can become music, and even endings can become beginnings. So as you close your eyes tonight, drift softly into the stars of Ooo. Imagine yourself as one of its players wandering through forests of candy and snow, across deserts of crystal, through skies lit by comet light and dream birds. Feel the wheel beneath you. Not heavy, but steady. Spinning not to trap you, but to carry you forward. To give you another turn, another lesson, another story. And maybe, when the time comes, another chance to love. Let's kick this off with a theory that goes way deeper than it seems at first glance. What if Finn is actually the reincarnation of Shoko, the one-armed girl from the past? Yeah, the same Shoko who died under the tree that would eventually become Finn and Jake's home. This one isn't just some surface-level fan speculation. It's backed by some seriously weird connections, some heavy symbolism, and a handful of eerie clues that Adventure Time scattered throughout the series like breadcrumbs. So let's go back to the episode The Vault. It's already kind of a trippy one. Finn starts experiencing flashes of a life that isn't his, or at least doesn't seem like his. He's doing his thing, being the usual hero of Ooo, when suddenly, boom, a memory hits. He sees this mysterious girl, Shoko, creeping through Princess Bubblegum's castle on a shady mission. She's got this almost rogue-like vibe. She's clearly been through stuff, missing an arm, scarred up, and working for some sketchy characters. But here's where things get interesting. As Finn explores these visions, we realize these aren't just random dreams, they're memories. And not vague, blurry memories either. They're vivid, emotional, and oddly personal. Finn reacts to them not like he's watching a movie, but like he's remembering something long forgotten. So, who was Shoko, really? According to PB, she lived hundreds of years ago, sometime after the Mushroom War, when the world was still rebuilding and magic and science were just starting to reemerge. She wasn't a hero. In fact, she was trained to be a thief. Her goal, steal PB's amulet. But in the process, she ends up bonding with the young princess and ultimately tries to do the right thing. Unfortunately, she doesn't make it. She loses her arm, falls off the tower, and dies near the roots of a giant tree. And that tree eventually becomes, you guessed it, Finn and Jake's treehouse. Now here's where things start to feel like more than just coincidence. When Finn touches the exact spot where Shoko died, he's suddenly hit with all those memories. It's like that place unlocked something deep inside him. Something from another life. And PB even says something cryptic like, some memories stay locked in the vault. Almost as if she knows there's more going on here than meets the eye. Let's pause here and think about this for a second. If Shoko died at the base of that tree, and centuries later, Finn just so happens to live in that very tree, and he just so happens to remember her life in detail, what are the odds of that? Is it just a weird, magical glitch in Ooo? Or are we looking at an intentional cycle of reincarnation? Adventure Time has always played with cosmic ideas, rebirth, destiny, legacy. Those themes are woven into the DNA of the show, and this theory fits right in with that. Finn isn't just some random human kid. He might be the universe's way of giving Shoko a second chance. She died before she could redeem herself. Finn, he lives to be a hero. That's his whole purpose. What if that drive, his deep, unexplainable urge to help others, to fight evil, to make things right, isn't just part of his personality, but a spiritual continuation of who Shoko wanted to be? Let's also talk about the visual parallels between the two. Shoko and Finn both have the classic dot eyes, the simple, clean design that sets them apart from most other characters. Their body language, super similar. The way they both move, fight, and interact with the world has this rough-edged kindness to it, like they've been hurt, but still want to do good. And the arm thing? Shoko loses her right arm. Finn, later in the series, loses his right arm too. Temporarily, yeah, but still. That's a pretty weird coincidence if this whole thing is supposedly random. Almost like it's a scar from a past life that briefly resurfaces. And here's something that's easy to overlook. The concept of unfinished business. In a lot of folklore, reincarnation doesn't happen randomly. It happens when a soul hasn't completed something important. Shoko's life was tragic. She was forced into a life of thievery by her environment, betrayed by the people she trusted, and died without ever finding redemption or peace. Her final act, trying to return the stolen amulet, was clearly a turning point, but it wasn't enough to save her. Finn, on the other hand, is all about redemption. He constantly helps others find it and even goes through his own arc of making mistakes and learning from them. It's almost poetic if you think about it. Shoko's soul, reborn as Finn, finally gets the chance to live a life of purpose instead of regret. He fights for good, he protects people, and he creates the kind of bonds that Shoko never got to experience. In a way, Finn is Shoko's second chance, her do-over. And let's talk about the deeper cosmic stuff here, because Adventure Time isn't just about candy kingdoms and magic swords. The show is loaded with metaphysical layers, alternate dimensions, time loops, dream worlds, and even characters like Prismo and the cosmic owl that exist outside time. In a world like Ooo, where death doesn't always mean the end and souls can move between timelines and bodies, reincarnation isn't just possible, it's expected. Plus, there's this unspoken bond between Finn and Princess Bubblegum that's always felt older than it should be. Shoko and PB had a connection. PB gave Shoko a bath, took care of her, and tried to help her start over. It was short-lived, sure, but there was genuine compassion there. Fast forward to Finn and PB. He's obsessed with her for a long time, even though they're clearly not compatible. But what if part of that emotional pull wasn't romantic at all? What if it was a spiritual echo of the bond Shoko once had with her? And the setting. Finn just so happens to grow up in that exact same tree, the one where Shoko died. It's like the universe anchored his new life to the place where the last one ended, like the soul couldn't move forward until it returned to that very spot. When Finn has those visions in the vault, it doesn't feel like a haunting. It feels like a memory bubbling to the surface. That's not spooky. It's Reincarnation 101. Oh, and let's not forget Jake. Shoko had a tiger companion. Finn has Jake. In both lives, the character has a strong, loyal sidekick that gives them comfort and a sense of family. It might not seem like much, but companionship is a recurring theme in both stories. In both lives, the Shoko-Finn soul never works alone. They need someone beside them to balance their inner chaos. Now, here's the fun part. If Finn is Shoko reborn, then his arc isn't just about saving Ooo or learning to be a hero. It's about healing a wounded soul. Shoko died broken and forgotten. Finn lives loudly and boldly. He's the most alive character in the entire show. Every punch he throws, every monster he defeats, every friend he makes, it's all part of a much bigger journey. Soul growth, emotional closure, And yeah, okay, you might say, it's just a cool Easter egg, and sure, it could be. But Adventure Time isn't lazy like that. When the show drops a detail like that flashback in The Vault, it means something. You don't write an entire backstory, design a whole new character, and tie it to your protagonist's home unless you're saying something bigger. And in this case, the message seems loud and clear. Finn and Shoko are connected, deeply, mystically, maybe even karmically. The reincarnation theory doesn't just explain one episode. It reframes the entire way we look at Finn's character. It turns his story into a tale of redemption, not just for himself, but for a past life. And if that doesn't blow your mind a little, I don't know what will. And here's a twist that's hiding in plain sight. Why does Finn have such a strong connection to doing the right thing, even when it hurts? Sure, he's a hero, but sometimes he takes it way beyond what a typical adventurer would do. He's not just trying to win battles or get rewards. He's trying to fix things, to restore balance. That's not just courage. That's someone trying to make up for something. Maybe not something Finn did, but something Shoko did. It's like his moral compass is guided by guilt he doesn't even fully understand. Finn has this deep, unexplainable urge to be a better person. Not just for himself, but for the world. He throws himself into dangerous missions without hesitation, often sacrificing his own happiness or safety to protect others. Sound familiar? Shoko's last act before her death was to return something she stole. She didn't have to. She chose to. That was her redemption arc, cut short. Finn is living the version of that arc that keeps going. Let's talk even deeper now. Soul theory. There's this idea in philosophy and religion that a soul carries emotional residue from past lives. Fear, regret, love, it can all bleed through, even if the new person doesn't remember the old one. Think about Finn's dreams, his strange connection to ancient objects, his sense of déjà vu when exploring parts of Ooo. He doesn't know why they feel familiar, but they do. That's the kind of thing that reincarnation lore is full of. Memories from the soul, not the brain. And Adventure Time loves to play in that space. There are literal dream worlds, soul planes, and time loops in this universe. If a creature like the Lich can exist across dimensions and corrupt reality itself, then a human soul sticking around through reincarnation is nothing by comparison. Totally plausible in the show's logic. Even the way Shoko fades away after the vision is telling. When Finn uncovers her skeleton at the base of the tree and buries her, it's not just about closure for her. It's closure for him, too. Like the last piece of a puzzle clicking into place. Her spirit is finally at peace, and Finn, without even fully knowing why, feels that sense of release. That's not coincidence. That's spiritual storytelling. And if we're talking aesthetics again, Finn's missing arm arc later in the series, come on. That's not just a nod, that's a callback. A symbolic reminder of the arm Shoko lost. It happens during a time when Finn is deeply questioning himself too. He's going through emotional turmoil, dealing with abandonment, betrayal, even existential dread. Almost like those deep karmic wounds are resurfacing in both body and mind. And just like Shoko, Finn pushes through the pain to stay true to who he wants to be. There's even a strange sense that Finn is fated to live multiple lives. Remember Farm World Finn? Or the time Prismo shows him alternate timelines. All of those stories subtly reinforce the idea that there are many versions of Finn across realities and time. If that's true, it makes the idea of reincarnation not just likely, it makes it inevitable. So when you stack it all up, the visions, the shared traits, the identical emotional arcs, the reincarnation, friendly world building, and the symbolic storytelling, it all points to one thing. Finn isn't just Oo's greatest hero. He's the spiritual rebirth of a forgotten girl who never got her chance to shine. And in true Adventure Time fashion, that's what makes this theory so satisfying. It's not just about being weird or cool. It's about giving weight to legacy, growth, and redemption. It shows how the past can echo into the present, how one soul's journey isn't always limited to a single lifetime. Finn is Shoko, not just spiritually, not just symbolically, but narratively. And that makes his entire story one long, epic arc of redemption across time. All right, buckle up, because the next theory is about to twist the Ice King's entire story upside down. All right, this one's going to hit you in the feels and mess with your head a little. Because what if the Ice King's madness wasn't just a side effect of the crown, but a test, a twisted, cosmic trial to see if anyone at all could love him, not for who he once was, but for who he became. Not Simon Petrikov, the genius, the researcher, the man who cared, but the Ice King, the unstable, babbling weirdo who kidnaps princesses and writes fan fiction in his underwear. Sounds insane, right? But the deeper you look into it, the more this theory starts to click. This isn't just about magic gone wrong. It's about identity, love, and whether unconditional compassion can still exist in a world that's been broken 100 times over. Let's start with what we do know. Simon Petrikov was a good man. He was a scholar, a caretaker, and arguably one of the most emotionally grounded characters before the Mushroom War. When he found that ancient crown, it didn't turn him evil overnight. It chipped away at his sanity bit by bit. He warned Betty. He wrote notes to himself. He tried to resist. But the crown doesn't just give power, it rewires the mind. Here's the kicker. The crown isn't just magical, it's sentient. Yeah, it wants a host. It wants control. But it's picky. It doesn't just grab the nearest person. It latches onto people who can handle it, even if it means breaking them down first. And what's more twisted than choosing someone kind-hearted, slowly eroding their mind, and waiting to see what remains? So what if that erosion was the test? Think about it. All across the show, Ice King isn't just a villain. He's lonely. He's desperate for love. He writes songs. He adopts penguins. He throws parties no one comes to. He kidnaps princesses not to hurt them, but because he doesn't know how to form real relationships anymore. It's messed up, yeah. But underneath that chaos, you can see glimpses of Simon still in there. Little cracks in the ice where the man peeks through. Here's where it gets really wild. What if the crown wanted to see if love could survive madness? Not romantic love, human love, empathy, forgiveness. Could someone still love the Ice King, not in spite of his madness, but because of it? Could someone choose to see past the rambling nonsense and remember the man who sacrificed everything? The theory goes like this. The crown doesn't destroy, it transforms. And if the person wearing it can still be loved, even in that transformed state, the curse breaks. But if the world turns its back, if no one can look past the madness, then the Ice King is doomed to stay trapped. Frozen not just in time, but in heartbreak. It's a trial of the soul, a waiting game for empathy. And that's where Finn and Marceline come in. Out of all the people in Ooo, Marceline is the only one who truly remembers Simon. She's not just another character in his orbit, she's the key. Their backstory, shown in bits and pieces through episodes like I Remember You and Simon Marcy, is honestly some of the most gut-wrenching content in the entire show. After the world collapsed, Simon raised her like a daughter. He shielded her from danger, cared for her when no one else did, even while he was losing himself. That's not just survival, that's love. And when he finally disappears into the Ice King persona, Marceline doesn't forget. She mourns him. She keeps that old videotape. She tries to remind him of who he was. And here's the most important part. She never stops loving him. Not Ice King, the goofball, but Simon, buried underneath. That's the kind of love the Crown was waiting for. So if Marceline was the first key to the Ice King's curse, Finn might be the second. Now hear me out. Finn doesn't have the same deep personal history with Simon as Marceline does, but that's what makes his connection even more powerful. Finn didn't know Simon. He only knew the Ice King, the annoying guy who interrupts his adventures, writes fan fiction about them, and lives in a frozen castle full of penguins. And at first, Finn hated him. He saw the Ice King as a nuisance at best, and a straight-up villain at worst. But as the series goes on, something shifts. Finn starts to see the cracks. He starts to realize the Ice King isn't evil, he's just broken. He's sad, lonely, and trying so hard to connect with people, but has completely forgotten how. That shift in perspective is everything. Finn begins to pity him. Then he starts to empathize with him. And eventually, he accepts him. Not as Simon, but as the Ice King, madness and all. That's huge. Because if the Crown's curse is a test of whether someone can be loved in their most twisted, fragmented state, then Finn's growing compassion is part of the solution. It means the world hasn't completely given up on Simon. There's still love, imperfect, confused, and chaotic. But love nonetheless. And let's zoom out for a second. In mythology and fantasy stories, cursed kings are a classic archetype. Think about it. A powerful man, cursed to forget who he is, trapped in a form that makes him unrecognizable to the people who once loved him, and the way the curse is usually broken. Not through brute force or magic spells, but through remembrance, through someone seeing the real person underneath the monster. Sounds familiar? Adventure Time is steeped in this kind of storytelling. The Ice King's arc doesn't follow a villain-to-hero redemption. It follows a forgotten soul trying to be remembered. And the Crown, in this theory, is more than a punishment. It's a test of the world's ability to show empathy, to love the unlovable. And then there's Betty. Man, if Marceline and Finn are the keys, Betty is the lockpick. She's the wild card. When she discovers what happened to Simon, she becomes obsessed with saving him. She literally sacrifices everything to travel through time and space just to bring him back. Her entire arc is one of relentless love, flawed and chaotic, sure, but powerful enough to challenge the Crown itself. Now let's talk about the Crown's deeper origin. It's hinted that it was made by a magic being named Evergreen, and originally meant to protect the world from a comet. But Evergreen's apprentice, Gunther, ends up wearing the crown, and that's where the whole madness thing starts. So the Crown absorbs Gunther's desire to become Evergreen, and it passes that madness down forever. So what does this tell us? It means the Crown isn't just a magic item. It's a cursed personality machine. It doesn't give you random powers. It turns you into what it remembers. And what it remembers is obsession. So what if the only way to break that cycle isn't by destroying the Crown, but by changing what the Crown remembers? By loving the Ice King, not despite his madness, but because he's trying, in his own messed up way, to connect. Maybe that kind of unconditional love is strong enough to reprogram the Crown itself. Maybe that is the real test. And by the end of the series, that's kind of what happens. Betty fuses with the Crown's power to save Simon, becoming the new host. It's a tragic moment, but it also shows that love can reshape the narrative. The curse doesn't win. The test ends. So let's break it down. If the crown was originally shaped by Gunther's desire to become someone he wasn't, if that obsessive identity transfer was baked into its magic, then the madness we see in Simon might not just be side effects. It might be the crown's default programming. Every host becomes someone else. Every wearer loses themselves. But Simon didn't lose everything. That's the real anomaly here. Despite being completely overtaken by the Ice King persona, despite forgetting his name, his purpose, even the people he loved most, some small part of Simon still fought to stay present. That's why he journals. That's why he writes terrible songs that somehow still hit. That's why, even after everything, he still tries. The crown didn't erase him. It just buried him deep. And Adventure Time loves those stories, ones where the soul is never truly lost, where redemption is possible, even if it takes years or lifetimes, where love isn't about fixing someone, but staying with them through the storm. The entire arc of Ice King is less about mental illness or villainy, and more about what makes us worthy of compassion, even when we're not at our best. Here's the bittersweet part. Even if no one had passed the test, even if no one had ever shown Ice King true love, it wouldn't have meant Simon wasn't worth saving. But the fact that people did, that Marceline remembered, that Finn softened, that Betty sacrificed, it proved that love doesn't need a clean version of you. It can handle the chaos, the confusion, the hurt. That's huge. Because in a world like Ooo, full of wild magic and surreal adventures, this deeply human message sticks out. It's not just about fighting evil or saving the day. It's about understanding brokenness and choosing to love anyway. And in a way, this makes Ice King the most important character in the entire show, not just for his backstory, but because he's the embodiment of the show's emotional thesis, that identity, memory, and love are fluid, fragile, and ultimately what make us who we are. Think about the times when characters finally see Simon for a moment. There's a sadness there, sure, but also relief. They remember him, and for a brief second he remembers himself. And those moments aren't loud. They're quiet, heartbreaking, real. When Betty fuses with the crown in the finale, it's not just to save Simon. It's to end the test once and for all. She doesn't fix him with a spell or a potion. She trades her own future for his peace. The test is over, not because the world passed with the flying colors, but because enough people tried. That's what broke the curse. And what happens next? Simon is back, fully. A man out of time, grieving the cost of his freedom. He's no longer magical, no longer lost in a swirl of delusions, but he's also not whole. He's deeply human, and the show gives him space to process that, to heal, to remember. So if the crown was a test, and Simon the subject, then maybe the real prize wasn't just freedom. It was proof that even in madness, love endures. That's the real message of this theory. That Simon's story was never just a tragedy, it was a challenge to the world. A question. Can you love someone who's been broken beyond recognition? And the answer, thankfully, is yes. Next up, we're going into a theory that flips everything you know about Princess Bubblegum on its head. Let's get into her dark side and why she might be way more calculating than we ever realized. All right, strap in, because it's time we take off the candy-colored glasses and look at the real face of Princess Bubblegum. The truth is, she's not the wise, caring ruler the Candy Kingdom thinks she is. In fact, this theory says she might be the biggest manipulator in the entire Land of Ooo, a secret villain hiding in plain sight. Let's start with the basics. Who made the Candy Kingdom? Bubblegum. Who created all of its citizens? Bubblegum. Who keeps them in check, monitors their every move, and reprograms them when they step out of line? You guessed it. Bubblegum again. That's not governance. That's total control. And the best part? She does it all with a smile. Think about it. Most villains in Adventure Time are obvious. The Lich is death incarnate. Hunson Abadir is literally a soul-eating demon. But Princess Bubblegum, she's different. She doesn't need to scare people to get what she wants. She builds her power base, brick by sugary brick, and no one questions it because she looks like the hero. But let's dig deeper. In the episode The Vault, we see PB using her scientific knowledge to create sentient life. But not just any life. Life that worships her, serves her, and believes she's the natural order of things. That's not leadership, that's conditioning. She's created a society where questioning her is literally unthinkable. Now remember the episode Dark Purple? It reveals that she uses her own citizens as factory workers, trapping them in dangerous environments with no clue about their purpose. They don't even remember why they're there. That's not just negligence, that's intentional amnesia. She erased their memories to make them obedient. She's not protecting them, she's using them. And then there's the Goliad situation. Most fans see it as a science gone wrong moment. But what if it wasn't? What if Goliad did exactly what PB expected? Try to control the population with psychic power. That means Bubblegum didn't just make a dictator. She was testing one. And when it failed, she didn't shut it down. She created Stormo to contain it and let their eternal battle run on autopilot. Just another experiment filed away like it didn't even matter. She also never really pays for the consequences of her actions. She loses her throne once, but regains it easily. She lies to Finn, manipulates Flame Princess, experiments on people, creates beings like Lemongrab, and yet she's always forgiven. Why? Because she controls the narrative. She's not a hero, she's a puppet master. And it gets even darker when you realize this. She might be engineering conflicts on purpose. Her own weapons and tech. That's classic false flag villainy. Create a threat, offer the solution, and come out stronger. She's playing 4D chess, while everyone else is eating gumdrops. Even her relationships are tactical. She keeps Finn close when it suits her. She distances herself from Marceline until she needs her help. She surrounds herself with loyalists like Peppermint Butler, who, by the way, is literally a dark magic user, and she's totally fine with that. Why? Because he's useful. She's building a kingdom not of love, but of leverage, and she always stays clean. She doesn't cast spells. She doesn't fight battles. She sends others to do her dirty work. Robots, knights, clones, secret agents. So when things go wrong, she gets to act surprised, play innocent. But behind the scenes, she's the one who set the whole game in motion. Now, if you're still on the fence, let's talk about Lemongrab, the most disturbing example of PB's quiet villainy. She made him. Like, literally crafted him from nothing. But instead of giving him the kindness or stability needed to thrive, she gave him nothing. No friends, no empathy, no coping tools, just sentience and then rejection. She made him defective by design. Then when his loneliness turns into rage, she acts like he's the problem. But she's the one who abandoned him in an empty castle, like a discarded science project. The truth? She built a broken person and left him to rot. And when Lemongrab starts to unravel, PB doesn't step in to help. She watches. From a distance. treating his suffering like an unfortunate byproduct instead of her direct responsibility. And when Lemongrab begs her for understanding, she just makes a clone of him so he'll stop bothering her. Not to help, not to teach, just to shut him up. That's not compassion. That's damage control. Now, let's pivot to something even bigger. Princess Bubblegum's obsession with control over life and death. She's not just trying to lead a kingdom. She's trying to conquer time itself. Look at how she constantly experiments with aging, cloning, resurrection, you name it. She reverse engineers life like it's a coding challenge. Take her own body. There are multiple moments in the series where she reshapes herself, reconstitutes her form out of candy biomass after destruction. She's effectively immortal by her own design, and if she can rebuild herself, what does that say about her goals? She doesn't want to rule for a while, she wants to rule forever. And don't forget the vault. The moment we see she has memories buried deep, versions of herself that have lived different lives. How many versions has she erased? What if she's overwritten her own mind to hide things even from herself? That's villain-level secrecy right there. Some fans theorize that PB may have even had a hand in shaping the post-apocalyptic world of Ooo. What if she's not just adapting to the fallout of the Mushroom War? What if she played a role in its aftermath? She clearly has knowledge of pre-war tech and science. She understands too much. Maybe that's why she built the Candy Kingdom in such a happy image, to cover up the guilt of whatever role she played before the world fell apart. She acts like a protector, but she hoards knowledge, hides secrets, and makes morally horrific decisions for the greater good. She's basically a benevolent dictator, but with better PR. Remember the Pyramid Dungeon episode? When PB sends Finn and Jake in, she already knows what's in there. She's not sending them to discover anything. She's testing them. She uses her friends like pawns, pushing them into danger so she can learn more without lifting a finger herself. And when they succeed, she gives them a pat on the back and goes back to her lab. Cold. Let's be honest. If a character like this showed up in any other show, we'd call them the villain in a heartbeat. But in Adventure Time, because she's pink and soft-spoken and smiles a lot, she gets a pass. She hides in the space between cute and calculating, and she plays it perfectly. And here's the real kicker. She always wins. Even when she loses her throne, even when her experiments go wrong, even when the world around her collapses, she bounces back. She's untouchable. She's untouchable because she's 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Princess Bubblegum doesn't need to conquer the world. She already did. All right, so let's bring all of this home. Is Princess Bubblegum truly evil? Not in the classic mustache-twirling way. She's not summoning demons. Okay, Peppermint Butler might be doing that, but that's another theory. She's not trying to destroy the world, but that's the genius of it. Her villainy is subtle. It's wrapped in pink and sugar. It's the kind that you don't see until it's already too late. The true villains aren't always the ones throwing fireballs. They're the ones smiling while pulling the strings from behind the scenes. PB doesn't dominate with force. She dominates with intellect, surveillance, emotional leverage, and scientific control. And you know what makes it even more unsettling? She always believes she's doing the right thing. That's the scariest kind of antagonist, the one who thinks they're the hero. Even her interactions with Marceline hint at this duality. We see moments of vulnerability, yes, moments of true friendship, but also tension, avoidance, manipulation. She pushes Marceline away for years, then draws her back in when she needs help. Their relationship is filled with unspoken history, some of it romantic, some of it strategic. PB isn't evil to Marceline, but she uses her, and she knows Marceline will always come through. That's power. And how about her treatment of Finn? She bounces between affection, coldness, and control. One moment she's treating him like a brave hero, the next she's brushing him off like a kid. But she never truly cuts him loose. Why? Because she knows having Finn on her side is a tactical advantage. He's strong, loyal, and emotionally tied to her. That's a tool you don't just throw away. Even when PB loses power, she still has power. When King of Ooo takes over the throne, she acts humbled, steps aside like she's lost. But during that time, she regains public trust, regroups her forces, and returns stronger than ever. That's not defeat, and that's a power play. And fans have noticed. Over the years, there's been a massive shift in how people view her character. Early on, she was just the quirky, science-y princess. But by the end of the show, many fans were like, hold on, is she the real threat here? Reddit threads, YouTube breakdowns, Tumblr conspiracies? The theory that PB is the true long-game villain of Adventure Time has exploded because the signs were always there. They were just subtle. And that's why this theory hit so hard. In a show filled with magic, madness, and mutants, the most dangerous character might not be the Lich or a Fire Kingdom warlord. It might be the one who acts the most human, the one who makes calculated decisions, the one who builds life just to control it, the one who will sacrifice morality to preserve her rule, the one who looks you in the eye and says, I'm doing this for your own good, and believes it. Princess Bubblegum is not your average villain. She's the smiling face of soft dystopia. And in the Candy Kingdom, nothing happens without her knowing. Nothing grows unless she allows it. And no one dares to question the pink sugar queen, because they know she's already won. So whether you still see her as the misunderstood genius or the master manipulator hiding behind a wall of bubblegum and smiles, one thing is clear. Princess Bubblegum is one of the most complex characters in Adventure Time, and just might be its most secretive villain. The Land of Ooo is a vibrant, trippy, post-apocalyptic playground filled with candy kingdoms, talking dogs, vampires, and cosmic deities. But beneath all that color and weirdness lies a dark, radioactive past, the Mushroom War. It's the shadow that looms over the entire series, never fully explained but always present. Most fans treat it like a magical cataclysm. But what if we told you it wasn't magic at all? This theory suggests that the Mushroom War was started by humans, not wizards, not demons, not magical artifacts, just plain old people, with technology, politics, and a dash of hubris. And the worst part? The magic came after, as a side effect of the devastation. Let's rewind. The show never tells us exactly when the Mushroom War happened, but from all the clues, we know it took place roughly 1,000 years before the events of the series. It destroyed human civilization, left massive craters and toxic zones across the globe, and eventually gave rise to the magical world we see in Ooo. So where's the evidence that this wasn't caused by spells or enchanted relics, but by human-made technology? Let's start with the biggest smoking gun, nuclear imagery. From the first time we hear the term Mushroom War, it screams nuclear holocaust. The name itself likely refers to the classic mushroom cloud caused by a nuclear detonation. Add to that the environmental wreckage we see scattered throughout the show. Collapsed skyscrapers, overgrown highways, rusted tanks, and massive ruins. These aren't remnants of a magical battle. They're human. They're technological. And then there's Simon Petrikov, a.k.a. the Ice King. He was a regular human man, a scholar, a historian, living in a modern city before the war. His flashbacks in Holly Jolly Secrets and I Remember You give us glimpses of the pre-war world. Museums, apartments, streets lit by electricity. It's all unmistakably modern Earth. Not some ancient wizard society. Not a fantasy kingdom. In fact, Simon's descent into madness happened before the full fallout. That means his timeline overlaps with the collapse of civilization. He was a front-row witness, not to a magical war, but to a human one. And here's where it gets wild. In the Simon Marcy episode, we see Simon and a young Marceline surviving in the post-war wasteland. There are destroyed vehicles, abandoned stores, food rations, military bunkers, and yes, giant mutant creatures, likely caused by radiation, not magic. These are the hallmarks of a post-nuclear Earth, not a world ravaged by spells. So where did the magic come from? The theory goes that magic didn't cause the war, it evolved out of it. After the destruction, the fabric of the Earth changed. The intense radiation, combined with the lingering energies from human experiments, more on that later, twisted biology, bent reality, and opened doors to magical forces that weren't accessible before. Ooo didn't inherit magic from the past. It mutated into it. And it's not just the environment. Even the people changed. Over generations, humans dwindled, mutated, or adapted into new life forms, like the candy people or other strange beings we meet. The few surviving humans retreated to hiding, as seen in episodes like Susan Strong, where we learn about the underground humans who lost touch with their surface history. They became myths in their own world. But here's the kicker. The reason this war happened might have been tied to technology that humans couldn't control, something beyond nuclear weapons. Think about Gulb, the chaos entity who devours dimensions and spits out nightmares. He's usually thought of as a magical being, but what if his presence in Ooo is a consequence of human experimentation? What if humans opened a rift, built a device, or ran an experiment that invited Gulb into the world? We've seen hints that humanity had advanced tech, cybernetics, AI, space travel, even time manipulation. In the Come Along With Me finale, BMO shows us flashbacks to a very futuristic-looking city. This wasn't medieval Earth. It was hyper-advanced. It's totally possible that they developed tech that blurred the line between science and the arcane. And like all great human mistakes, they went too far. They created something they couldn't control, and it broke the world. Let's talk about what may have led up to the Mushroom War, because a world-ending event like that doesn't just happen. There are layers: societal tension, military escalation, dangerous experiments. And Adventure Time gives us just enough puzzle pieces to sketch the outline. Look at the advanced tech littered throughout Ooo. We're talking about functioning satellites, battle mechs, lab computers, genetic machines. Places like the abandoned labs in Dark Purple or Susan Strong's underground city in Butopia hint at societies that were way beyond our current level. They had developed biotech, cloning, power armor, stuff that puts our tech to shame. This isn't fantasy, it's sci-fi. And that means the Mushroom War likely wasn't some accidental explosion or freak magical burst. It was the result of a buildup of human conflict, superweapons, or maybe even artificial intelligence gone rogue. Some fans theorized that humanity discovered the multiverse, or opened wormholes to other dimensions, possibly even ones where chaotic entities like Gulb reside. And if that happened, the destruction that followed wasn't a magical attack. It was cosmic retaliation. And then, silence. After the dust settled, the surface world became a radioactive wasteland. Mutants wandered the Earth. Humans, at least the ones who survived, went underground or off-planet or regressed into isolated tribes. The world forgot itself. History vanished. And out of the ashes, something new started to grow. But not all was lost. The radiation, or dimensional tampering, or both, had transformed the planet. Magic filled the vacuum. Not because it was always there, but because human error tore reality open. It's why creatures like Hunson Abadir exist. Beings from other dimensions who now freely roam Ooo. It's why vampires, ghosts, talking candy, and cosmic entities coexist in the same timeline as giant mechs and laser cannons. This isn't Fionna natural evolution. It's a collision of science and magic, and humans caused it. Even the structure of the Land of Ooo suggests human involvement. Why? Because many of the kingdoms and zones appear sectioned, almost like post-war settlements built on top of old nations. The Candy Kingdom, Fire Kingdom, and Ice Kingdom all feel like reactions to something, like they're patchwork societies formed in the aftermath of something they don't fully understand. And let's not forget the Nightosphere, a dimension of chaos that has a literal portal into Ooo. Why does that portal exist? Why does it have technology to control access? Because someone built it. Maybe humans. Maybe one desperate faction near the end of the war, hoping to weaponize otherworldly power. If they could summon demons or interdimensional entities, they might have thought they were gaining the upper hand. Instead, they doomed the planet. This also explains the surreal tone of Ooo. There's a reason why so much of the world feels like a dream. It's been bent and reformed by trauma. Biological rules don't always apply. Time isn't linear. Physics gets weird. This isn't fantasy. It's a broken world trying to function with a shredded reality. And here's where Finn and Jake come in. They're not just goofing around in a magical playground. They're living in the aftermath of humanity's greatest failure. They're walking across its bones, sleeping in its ruins, fighting mutated versions of its past. Finn is a human, possibly the last surface-dwelling one for most of the series, and that's no coincidence. He represents the last echo of what came before. That's why his role is so important. He's not just a hero, he's a bridge between the world that was and the world that is. So many storylines in Adventure Time are about identity, memory, and transformation. Marceline's slow unraveling of her childhood. Simon's descent into madness. Princess Bubblegum's reinvention of herself. These aren't just personal arcs, they're metaphors for a world rebuilding itself from a human ruin. And the remnants are still here. The cyborgs, the war relics, the genetic experiments. They show us that humanity had the tools to create paradise, or destroy it. And in the end, they chose the latter. So let's ask the big question. Why does it matter if the Mushroom War was started by humans and not magic? Because it reframes everything about Adventure Time. If magic came first, if the world was always whimsical, random, and surreal, then everything we see is just a continuation of chaos. A magical world being magical. But if humans built the world, and then destroyed it, and then accidentally birthed magic from its ashes, then we're watching a story not of whimsy, but of consequence. Ooo isn't a fairy tale. It's an echo of human failure. That makes characters like Finn, Marceline, and Simon so much more tragic and meaningful. They're not just quirky characters in a colorful setting. They're survivors of a catastrophe so large that the planet itself had to reinvent the rules to keep going. Think about how that plays out in Marceline's story. Her trauma isn't just emotional, it's historical. She lived through the final days. She watched the fall. She wandered a dead world with a man losing his mind. That's not fantasy, that's post-apocalyptic horror disguised as a kid's show. Simon's crown didn't turn him magical. It made him unstable. And that instability is the result of a powerful relic, yes, but it's also a symbol of the dangers of untested tech, of playing with forces beyond comprehension. The Ice King is what happens when a man uses something too powerful for his mind to hold. And that's exactly what the Mushroom War represents on a global scale. Even the Candy Kingdom, as sweet and innocent as it seems, is born of this broken world. Princess Bubblegum created her people in the image of control and order. That's not magic, that's bioengineering. A science project designed to bring structure to a reality spinning off its axis. In that way, PB is just another human continuation, trying to hold things together with intelligence and dominance. But the real twist: magic isn't the enemy, it's the byproduct. Magic is what emerged from the fallout. It's chaotic, unpredictable, and beautiful, but also a reminder of what's been lost. And in Adventure Time, the line between science and magic is always thin. The characters might use spells or potions, but so often there's tech running behind the curtain. There's logic to the madness if you squint hard enough. That's what makes Ooo so rich. It's not a random setting, it's a scarred world slowly healing. And every candy person, every ancient relic, every wild creature is part of that evolution. A strange, unexpected future born from a moment of human arrogance. And Finn? Finn's journey is proof that the world didn't end. It changed, it broke, it healed. And now someone's trying to understand it again. When Finn discovers ruins or fights monsters or uncovers hidden histories, he's not just adventuring. He's excavating a forgotten past. A past we, the viewers, start to piece together with him. He's not a chosen one. He's a remnant. The last echo of humanity, still trying to do good in a world that humanity wrecked. So yes, maybe the Mushroom War wasn't caused by demons or magic or fate. Maybe it was just us, trying to reach too far, trying to control too much, trying to be gods in a world that didn't need them. And that's what makes Adventure Time so brilliant. It hides a nuclear tragedy behind rainbow colors and talking donuts. It wraps existential dread in candy wrappers and farts. And it whispers underneath all the laughter. This was your world once. Don't forget what you did with it. So next time you see a mutated monster or a floating wizard city in Adventure Time, don't just think weird magic. Think what happened here. Because behind every bizarre moment in Ooo is a human fingerprint. Burnt into the soil, twisted into the DNA, or embedded in the bones of long-dead civilizations. And the Mushroom War? It wasn't some magical apocalypse. It was the final human mistake, and everything that followed was just the Earth finding a new way to live. On to the next theory. Let's keep digging deeper. Marceline, the Vampire Queen. Half demon, half human, full-on immortal. Or is she? We know her as one of Adventure Time's most beloved characters. Funny, moody, endlessly cool, and hauntingly tragic. She's survived the Mushroom War, watched centuries pass, and lived through more emotional pain than most people could ever imagine. But what if the one thing she's always been certain of, her immortality, is actually a ticking clock? Let's rewind to what we do know. Marceline is the daughter of Hunson Abadir, the Nightosphere demon king, and a human woman. Because of that demonic bloodline, she ages differently, extremely slowly. After being turned into a vampire by the Vampire King, she gained traditional vampiric powers: flight, shapeshifting, sunlight vulnerability, and of course, immortality. But here's the thing. In Adventure Time lore, immortality doesn't mean invincibility, and in Marceline's case, it may not even be permanent. Several eerie details sprinkled throughout the series suggest that Marceline's condition isn't as fixed as she believes, and that she may be more vulnerable than anyone realizes. Let's start with a big one, her relationship with mortality, who's stuck in a magical curse, or Princess Bubblegum, who continually rebuilds herself. Marceline ages. Slowly, yes, but noticeably. In flashbacks from before the war, Marceline is a small child. In episodes from just a few hundred years later, she's clearly more mature, physically and emotionally. That's not something you see in truly immortal being. She doesn't exist outside of time. She moves through it, just on a longer curve. Then there's her vampire transformation. She didn't start as immortal. She became that way after absorbing the powers of the vampire king and his minions. This makes her not a natural immortal, but one sustained by borrowed power, a key distinction. Because any power that can be gained can also be lost. And the show does hint that her vampire side can be stripped away. In the miniseries Stakes, Marceline willingly allows Princess Bubblegum to extract the vampiric essence from her body in order to become mortal again, and for a while, it works. She becomes fully human. She walks in the sun, she's vulnerable, and she seems happy. But then things go wrong. The extracted essence spreads like a plague and brings back the ancient vampires she originally defeated. To stop them, she's forced to absorb their powers again, regaining her immortality. It feels like a triumph, but it also proves something chilling. Her condition is reversible. Her powers are unstable. Her immortality isn't hers, it's tethered to the vampire she absorbed. And here's the kicker. What happens when the essence runs out? If the essence of the vampire king is finite, if it's slowly burning away inside her, then there's a real possibility that Marceline is on borrowed time. The show doesn't tell us how long vampire powers last, or whether they require maintenance. But if they're anything like magic elsewhere in Ooo, they could easily fade, mutate, or vanish under the right conditions. That means Marceline might not just choose mortality again someday, she might have no say in it. Now you might be thinking, but she's thousands of years old. Wouldn't she know if her powers were fading? Here's the dark twist. Maybe she does. Throughout the series, Marceline is obsessed with memory, with time, with people disappearing. She writes songs about loss and forgetting. She hoards objects from the past. She clings to relationships like lifelines. This doesn't sound like someone who's comfortable living forever. Sounds like someone who's terrified of watching everything fade away. And that terror, it might not just be about the world, it might be about herself. She knows what it's like to be human. She knows what it's like to lose people. And maybe, just maybe, she senses that her time, her real time, is running out. Let's talk about symbols, because Adventure Time loves to say more with quiet visuals than with loud exposition. One of the most important symbols surrounding Marceline is her bass guitar. It's made from her old family battle axe, a relic of her past, literally reforged into a tool of emotional expression. She doesn't just play music for fun. It's how she processes grief. It's how she remembers her mother, her childhood, Simon, her pain. And time after time, that guitar shows up at moments when she feels alone. Now ask yourself this. Would someone who expects to live forever cling to relics so desperately? Probably not. Because immortality breeds detachment. That's what we see in characters like the Ice King. He forgets, detaches, and slips into madness. But Marceline, she remembers everything. Her mind is a museum of heartbreak, and the way she clings to those memories, through her music, her drawings, her hoarding of old keepsakes, feels a lot less like a timeless vampire and a lot more like a mortal trying not to let go. And then there's her relationship with Princess Bubblegum. Their romance is subtle, but powerful, and it's complicated. PB is logical, calculating, borderline immortal herself, but in a cold, sterile way. She's always building, planning, trying to preserve what she's made. Marceline, on the other hand, is emotionally driven, reactive, honest. Her fear isn't of systems collapsing, it's of people leaving. Their dynamic often revolves around time. Bay has projects. Marceline has memories. And the deeper you look into their relationship, the more it feels like a race against something unsaid. In Obsidian, we see a future where they're older, more settled, and finally happy together. But that future isn't guaranteed. And it feels like a let's make the most of this while we can situation. Because deep down, Marceline might know something PB doesn't. She's not going to be around forever. We even get a taste of this existential fear in Marcy Hunson when Marceline confronts her father again. Hunson doesn't understand her. He's truly immortal, and as such, he struggles with emotional depth. He sees her desire to live like a normal person as weakness. But Marceline's rejection of him isn't just about rebellion, it's about identity. She's not fully demon, not fully human, not fully vampire. She's something in between. And being in between, it's unstable by nature. There's also that haunting line from Stakes. I'm just tired of living like this. I want to grow up. I want to grow old. Let that sink in. How often does a supposedly immortal character crave the limits of mortality? Marceline doesn't fear death. She fears stagnation, being frozen in time while everything around her decays. And even when she regains her powers in Stakes, she doesn't seem relieved. She seems resigned, like she knows this is only postponing the inevitable. And here's where the fan theory deepens into prophecy. There's a recurring idea in the Adventure Time fandom that magic in Ooo is fading. As new technology rises, and the remnants of the Mushroom War become buried in new kingdoms, the chaotic magical energy that shaped the land starts to wane. If that's true, then all magic-powered beings, including vampires, could be at risk. And if the source of Marceline's powers is fading with the old world, then so is she. Imagine this. Centuries from now, a peaceful Ooo is thriving. The kingdoms are rebuilding, the old monsters are gone, and magic is a distant memory. In that world, Marceline might be one of the last echoes of that era, her powers slowly slipping away as the world becomes too normal for them to function. It wouldn't be a tragic death. It would be a gentle fade-out. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. That's how she'd go. Not in battle, not from some epic sacrifice, but in the quiet, slow surrender of her powers until one day she simply grows old. And maybe that's what she wants. Maybe immortality was never a gift for her. It was a burden. And all this time, she's just been waiting for the world to let her go. Now let's take a step back and look at why this theory matters. Marceline has always been the emotional heart of Adventure Time. She's not the main hero or the big villain. She's the lens through which we understand the weight of time. While Finn bounces from adventure to adventure, and characters like PB or the Ice King bury themselves in science or madness, Marceline feels everything. She's the one who cries over old songs, the one who keeps pictures of people long gone. the one who sits with the past instead of running from it. And in a world like Ooo, ever-evolving, ever-chaotic, that emotional continuity is what grounds the entire show. But here's the twist. What happens when the past finally lets her go? If Marceline's immortality is fading, if her time is finally catching up with her, then we're not just watching a character arc. We're watching the curtain slowly fall on an entire era of adventure time. The Mushroom War, the vampires, the trauma, the songs, they all live through her. And when she's gone, that part of Ooo goes with her. And maybe that's the most poetic and possible. Because unlike other immortal characters who fight tooth and nail to stay alive, Marceline has always shown signs of acceptance. She doesn't chase eternal life. She endures it. And in her quiet moments, we see glimpses of someone ready to move on. Someone who understands that life isn't about lasting forever. It's about mattering while you do. One of the most heartbreaking but beautiful images we could imagine in a future Adventure Time story is Marceline, older now, powers faded, hair streaked with gray, sitting with her guitar under the night sky, singing a lullaby to the stars, not afraid, not sad, just at peace. Maybe she's with Bubblegum, maybe she's alone, but either way, she's finally living, not surviving. And honestly, that's a more powerful ending than any battle or sacrifice. Because if this theory is true, if her immortality is fading, then her story becomes the ultimate commentary on what it means to live fully, even when the clock is ticking. She spent over 1,000 years running from loneliness, trauma, and uncertainty. And yet in the final chapters of her life, she might find what she was looking for all along: connection, closure, peace. And isn't that what Adventure Time has always been about? Underneath the magical battles, goofy humor, and surreal landscapes, it's a show about emotional truth, about loss, love, friendship, and growing up in a world that doesn't always make sense. Marceline embodies all of that. And if her immortality ends, it won't be a tragedy. It'll be a graduation. One final verse in a song she's been writing since the world ended. And when she finally closes her eyes, we won't be left with grief. We'll be left with a melody. One that echoes through Ooo forever. One that reminds us, nothing lasts forever, and that's okay. So is Marceline's immortality guaranteed? Maybe not. Could her vampire powers fade? It's possible. Would that be the end of her story? No, it would be the beginning of her final, most human chapter. Because immortality isn't about how long you live. It's about what you do with the time you're given. And Marceline? She's made every moment count. And if her time is finally running out, we'll be right there with her, listening to the music, feeling the weight of the years, and saying goodbye, one beautiful song at a time. From the moment you see the broken skyscrapers half buried in hills, or spot a stray missile casing rusting in a field of candy people, you realize something's off in Adventure Time. The Land of Ooo may look like a colorful fantasy world filled with talking dogs and gumdrop knights, but underneath all that whimsy, there's a haunting truth. Ooo is Earth. And not just any version of Earth. This is Earth's final stage. This theory isn't even much of a stretch. The show practically confirms it. Just never in a straightforward exposition dump kind of way. Instead, it reveals the truth like a puzzle, piece by strange and broken piece. And once you start looking for the signs, they're everywhere. Let's begin with the biggest and most canon element of this theory, the Mushroom War. The Mushroom War is the event that wiped the slate clean, a massive, world-ending conflict implied to be nuclear that ended human civilization as we know it. The name is a dark joke. Mushroom referencing both nuclear mushroom clouds and the surreal mutated world that rose from the ashes. And that's exactly what Ooo is, a planet rebuilt on the bones of the old world. A place where time didn't just march forward, it tripped, stumbled, and landed in an alternate dimension made of radiation, magic, and memory. Look closely at the landscapes. Those aren't fantasy castles, they're warped ruins. Those aren't strange floating islands, they're remnants of continents blown apart. Even the Candy Kingdom, for all its cuteness, is a twisted version of science gone wild. Sugar-based sentient life created in labs left to evolve. And humans? They're all but extinct. The show drops clues that humans once ruled the Earth, but after the Mushroom War they were either wiped out or scattered underground or to distant islands. Finn, our boy hero, is a rare relic, possibly the last of his kind on the mainland. His existence isn't a given, it's a miracle. Even BMO, the adorable little console buddy, tells us volumes about the world that came before. He's not just a quirky sidekick, he's a piece of ancient tech. The fact that he's still functioning says a lot about how advanced civilization used to be, and how far things have fallen. Then there's magic. Magic isn't some ancient force that predates humanity. It's a byproduct of the apocalypse. In this theory, the Mushroom War didn't just destroy the world. It changed its laws. It ruptured reality itself. Whether it was nuclear fallout, interdimensional energy, or a combination of both, the result was a world where science bled into magic and physics became flexible. The Lich, born of this chaos, a creature of pure entropy, the Ice King's crown, an ancient artifact, possibly alien in origin, that found new power in the warped fabric of reality. Even the vampires and demons. Maybe mutations, maybe old myths given form in a world desperate for structure. Everything in Ooo is a reflection of Earth's past, twisted by time and trauma. But here's where the theory really gets deep. Ooo is not a reset. It's the last chapter. So many post-apocalyptic stories are about rebuilding, about how humanity will rise again. But Adventure Time flips the script. It doesn't promise restoration. It doesn't suggest that humans will ever retake the planet. Instead, it presents a world that's moved on. Candy people rule, dogs talk, magic reigns. Humanity isn't coming back. And maybe that's okay. This is where the theory hits its philosophical stride. Because if Ooo is Earth's final stage, then the show isn't about loss. It's about transformation. It's about how even after total collapse, after bombs drop, species vanish, and the sky itself rips open, life finds a way. A weird, wiggly, sugar-coated way. But still, life. And that, in its own surreal way, is beautiful. So what happens when you realize that the Land of Ooo isn't some distant fantasy kingdom, but our own world pushed to the edge of time and reality? It reframes everything. Take the characters. Each major figure in Adventure Time can be seen as a personification of humanity's legacy. The fragments of who we were now scattered across a landscape that barely remembers us. Finn, the last human boy, is the embodiment of hope, courage, and naivety. He clings to values like justice and heroism in a world that no longer runs on those rules. He's like a memory of humanity's golden ideals, a child fighting for order in a world built on chaos. Princess Bubblegum, she's science unchecked, a descendant of a world that pushed biology too far, created candy life, and tried to maintain control through the calculated power. She's a ruler of sweetness. But her kingdom is a result of experiments, not magic. She's not royalty. She's a scientist queen, always on the edge of being a benevolent protector, or a totalitarian ruler. The Ice King, of course, is the most tragic of all. Simon represents memory, loss, the price of surviving the apocalypse. He was once human, once loving and intelligent, but exposure to powerful magic warped his mind. He's a symbol of how the tools we create to survive can destroy our very identities. And it's no coincidence that his past as a historian ties him directly to the theme of remembering who we used to be. Even the Lich fits this framework perfectly. He's not just a villain, he's entropy personified. A product of the Mushroom War, the Lich is what's left when you strip everything away. No morals, no emotions. Just the desire to end all things. He's not evil for the sake of it. He's the logical endpoint of unchecked destruction. He is war, distilled into a living being. And then there's Marceline, who we just explored in the last segment. She's a vampire, yes, but more importantly, she's a witness. She's lived through the fall of civilization. She remembers the world before. Through her music and her pain, she becomes the soul of the show, a reminder that even in the strangest worlds, grief and love never die. But the most important takeaway of this theory is this. Ooo isn't a warning. It's a reconciliation. Most post-apocalyptic fiction is built on fear. If we're not careful, this is what the world will become. But Adventure Time flips the narrative. It says, even if we mess everything up, life will still find a way to be beautiful, weird, and meaningful. That's powerful. It's not a fantasy about starting over. It's a myth about accepting change. It doesn't deny that tragedy happened, but it dares to find joy in what came after. This world, filled with candy people and cosmic owls and talking hot dogs, is not a return to greatness. It's something entirely new. It's a fusion of past and present, ruin and wonder. And maybe that's why the show resonates so deeply with people. Because deep down, we're all living in the aftermath of something. Whether it's personal loss, historical trauma, or societal upheaval, we're all navigating a world shaped by events beyond our control. And Adventure Time doesn't pretend that healing means going back to how things were. It says healing means embracing the strange, the broken, the silly, the serious, all at once. In Ooo, life is a collage, a mosaic of absurdity and emotion. And the fact that the world didn't rebuild into something familiar is not a failure. It's a creative miracle. So when we see a 1,000-year-old vampire jamming with a talking console, or a magic dog teaching life lessons to a human kid raised in a treehouse, it's not nonsense. It's the future. It's Earth, evolved beyond recognition, still telling stories and singing songs long after we're gone. So if we accept that Ooo is Earth's final act, the question becomes, what kind of legacy are we leaving behind? Because Adventure Time doesn't just build a future, it inherits one. The Land of Ooo is stitched together from what we left behind, our weapons, our mistakes, our art, our technology, our love. It's a patchwork world, as broken as it is beautiful. And that's what makes it so human. Even though humans are nearly extinct in Ooo, their presence is everywhere. In the ruins, in the relics, in the myths. The very fabric of the world whispers our story, not as gods or rulers, but as ghosts, as echoes. The planet didn't wait for us to come back. It moved on. It grew into something weird and wild without us. But Adventure Time doesn't mourn that. It celebrates it. That's why Finn's journey matters. He's the last ember of human will, not trying to restore the old world, but figuring out how to live in the new one. His adventures aren't about domination or conquest. They're about connection, understanding, growth. The people of Ooo don't ask where he came from. They ask who he is. And in a way, that's the show's message to us. Your origins don't matter as much as your actions. What you do with your time, however short, however strange, is what defines you. So when we look at the theory that Ooo is Earth's final stage, we're not just talking about lore. We're talking about the soul of the show, a world built on the ashes of war that chooses love, a history of violence that leads to healing, a story that begins in ruin but ends in hope. Because even after the bombs, the magic, the madness, there's laughter, there's friendship, there's music. And maybe that's the greatest theory of all, that no matter what we go through, on a personal level or a planetary one, there's always a chance to build something new. Not by recreating the past, but by honoring it, and then letting it go. The Land of Ooo isn't our punishment. It's our evolution. A reminder that out of chaos can come creativity. Out of destruction can come joy. Out of the end can come a new kind of beginning. So there you have it. From Marceline's fading immortality to the true origins of the Land of Ooo, we've traveled across time, across dimensions, and deep into the soul of Adventure Time. These theories don't just expand the lore, they challenge us to see the show through a new lens. One where every silly moment has weight, every laugh hides a little ache, and every magical creature might just be a reflection of ourselves. Because Adventure Time was never just about Finn and Jake going on quests. It was about what we carry with us. Our mistakes, our memories, our ability to change. And in the end, maybe that's the final message. The world will get weird. It will break and bend and become unrecognizable. But as long as we keep singing our songs, telling our stories, and fighting for each other, it'll all be okay. Adventure Time is one of the most fascinating animated series ever created. Beneath its colorful and playful surface, the show hides layers of deep storytelling, mystery, and complex lore that fans have been trying to piece together for years. From the origins of the Mushroom War to the hidden secrets of the Land of Ooo, Adventure Time is filled with unanswered questions and mind-blowing theories. In this video, we'll explore some of the most intriguing Adventure Time theories, perfect for drifting off to sleep. As we journey through these mysteries, let your mind wander into the depths of Oo's past, present, and future. Let's begin. The Land of Ooo is strange, magical, filled with wonder. But beneath its colorful skies and talking candy people lies a history, long forgotten, before the adventures, before the kingdoms, before the magic. There was a world, much like our own, a world of cities, of people, of life, until one day, it all changed. The Mushroom War, a name whispered like a ghost, a war that shattered the earth, reshaped reality, and gave birth to the land we see today. Finn walks across the land, but does he ever wonder what lies beneath his feet? Deep underground, beneath the forests and rivers, remnants of the old world still remain. Rusted machines, broken highways, the bones of a forgotten civilization, buried in time. But what happened? What truly caused the Mushroom War? And why? Does no one remember? Legends say. It was a war unlike any other. A war that did not just end lives, but changed the very fabric of existence, twisting reality into something new, a world where science and magic became one, where creatures beyond understanding began to emerge, where time itself seemed to unravel. But was it just an accident? Or was something controlling it all? Some say it was humans, their greed, their thirst for power that led to destruction. Weapons too powerful, energy too unstable, tearing apart the world in a single flash. Others whisper of something much darker. Something that did not just destroy, but transformed. Something that still lingers. The Lich, the very embodiment of death. Where did he come from? Could he be a remnant of the war? A force unleashed when the world was consumed by fire, spreading through the ruins like a sickness? Or was he always there, waiting, watching, until the time was right? Marceline remembers, but even she does not know everything. She was just a child, wandering through the wasteland, searching for warmth, for safety, for someone to care. She saw the ruins, the devastation, the empty cities, silent and broken. She saw the monsters, creatures twisted by radiation, bodies reshaped, minds lost. She survived, but at what cost? How much of the old world did she leave behind? The Candy Kingdom, the Fire Kingdom, the Ice Kingdom. They seem ancient, as if they have always been there. But what if they are not? What if they are echoes of the past? What if the Candy Kingdom was built upon a city long gone? What if the Ice King's crown held secrets from a time before magic? What if Ooo is not a new world, but the old one, changed beyond recognition? The pieces are there, scattered like ashes, waiting to be found, waiting to be understood. But who will find them? Who will uncover the truth hidden beneath the surface? And if they do, will they wish they hadn't? The past is a ghost. It lingers. It whispers. It calls. But some things are meant to stay buried. The sky was once bluer. The oceans were calm. The cities were full of life. But now, only ruins remain. The Mushroom War did not just end an era. It reshaped existence itself, turning the world into something unrecognizable, twisting everything in ways no one could have foreseen. But what truly caused it? Was it just human conflict? Or was there something more? Some say it started with a weapon, unlike anything seen before. A bomb, not just of fire and destruction, but of mutation. A force that did not just burn, but changed, breaking the laws of nature, merging the impossible, science and magic, colliding in an instant, creating something new and terrible. Perhaps it was meant to be controlled, a weapon designed to reshape the world rather than destroy it. But the moment it was unleashed, the moment it touched the air, it became something else, something beyond human understanding. Reality began to crack. The trees twisted, their roots crawling across the land like living veins. The rivers glowed, pulsing with strange energy. The skies flickered between colors never seen before. And from the ruins, things emerged. Things that should not have existed. Things that should not be. Magic. It had always been there. Hidden, quiet, waiting. But when the war ended, when the dust settled, it was no longer a whisper. It was a storm, spreading through the world, filling the empty spaces left behind, bringing creatures of fantasy to life, and turning the old world into something new. But some were not so lucky. Humans, exposed to the energy, did not just perish. Some became something else. Some became monsters. Some became legends. Look at the creatures of Ooo, the hybrids, the talking animals, the living candy. Are they just magic? Or are they something more? Could they be the last remnants of humanity, changed beyond recognition, no longer knowing what they once were? Does Finn truly walk among strangers? Or does he walk among ghosts? The Lich, he came from somewhere. But was he born from darkness? Or from the war itself? A force created when everything fell apart. A being that did not just survive the war, but became its legacy. A spirit of destruction, waiting, watching, and ready to finish what was started long ago. But there are other survivors, hidden deep in the earth, in the forgotten corners of the world. Humans, still out there, still watching, keeping their existence a secret. But why? What are they hiding from? And what do they know that Finn does not? The past is not gone. It lingers in the ruins, in the shadows, in the stories whispered by those who remember. And if you listen, really listen, you can still hear it. The echoes of a world that once was. Somewhere, deep beneath the ruins, buried under time and dust, the remnants of the old world still exist. Steel doors, rusted shut. Halls lined with flickering lights. Machines still humming. Waiting. Waiting. For what? Or perhaps, for who? The war may have ended. But did it really? Or is its shadow still stretching across time, shaping the world of Ooo in ways no one can see? There are places Finn has never been. Places hidden from the light. Places where the war never truly ended. The humans who survived, they knew something. They did not just disappear. They hid. They built their bunkers, their shelters, deep underground, away from the chaos above, away from the creatures, away from the magic. But what were they hiding from? Was it the monster? The magic? Or was it something else? Something they knew would come back? Finn, the last human, or so he believes. But what if he is not? What if others are watching? What if they know who he is, and they are waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? The Candy Kingdom, the Ice Kingdom, the Fire Kingdom, they all seem so natural, as if they belong, as if they have always been there. But what if they are not kingdoms, but remnants? What if the Candy Kingdom was built on the ruins of an old city? What if the Fire Kingdom rose from the ashes of a nuclear inferno? What if the Ice Kingdom was not always frozen, but became that way when the world was torn apart, and the Ice King, his crown, the source of his madness, his power, what if it did not just give him magic? What if it trapped him in something older, something unnatural, a relic of the past, with a mind of its own, a memory of a time long gone, whispering in his mind, telling him things he was never meant to know. Magic and technology, once separate, now intertwined. The world after the Mushroom War was not just rebuilt. It was rewritten. New rules, new creatures, new realities. The old world. Broken. The new world. Rising from its remains. Finn is the last human. But what does that mean? Is he the last of his kind? Or the last who remembers? Is he a relic or a key? A reminder of what once was, or a sign of what is to come? The truth is buried, hidden beneath layers of time, forgotten by most, but not by all. There are those who still know, those who still whisper the old stories, those who still remember. And if Finn ever finds them, if he ever learns the truth, will he wish he never did? The past is a whisper. The future is a mystery. And Ooo is caught in between. The ruins of the old world are everywhere, buried under layers of earth, beneath the roots of strange forests, beneath the waves of twisted oceans. Cities, crumbling, swallowed by time, covered in vines, frozen in a moment of destruction. But in the silence, something still lingers. A presence, a memory, something watching. Finn walks through this world, not knowing, not realizing that every step, every place he visits, is a graveyard of a time, before magic, before creatures, before Ooo. The streets he walks, once filled with humans, the rivers he sails, once part of a world that made sense. But now, nothing is the same. There are stories, buried deep. Stories of people who tried to fight back. Scientists, soldiers, leaders, all trying to stop what was coming. But nothing could. Nothing could stop the moment. The moment the world broke. The moment the war ended. And something else began. The mushroom bomb. Not just a weapon, not just an explosion, but a turning point. A force that changed the very fabric of existence. It did not just destroy, it transformed, warping nature, reshaping reality. And in that instant, the world we knew became the world of Ooo. But if the bomb was so powerful, if it could change everything, then what else did it create? Could it have made something worse than the Lich? Something that still hides. Something waiting. Something that was never meant to exist. The Lich? His origins are a mystery. Some say he was born from the war, a being created from destruction itself. But what if he was not just created? What if he was summoned? What if the bomb did more than change the world? What if it opened something? Something that should have stayed closed? And the Ice King, trapped in his mind, wearing a crown that whispers. A crown from the old world. A crown from before the war. How did it survive? And why does it speak to him? Is it magic? Or is it something else? Something left behind. From a world now lost? The Candy Kingdom. A place of laughter. Of joy. But what if it is not just a kingdom? What if it is an experiment? A creation of the old world? Made to survive the war. A city that should not exist. A city that was never meant to last this long. The war ended, but its secrets did not. There are still hidden places, hidden truths, waiting just beneath the surface, waiting for someone to uncover them. Finn thinks he is searching for adventure. But what if he is actually searching for the truth, a truth that has been buried for far too long? The world of Ooo is a world of wonders, but also a world of echoes, echoes of a past that refused to fade. Ruins, broken machines, strange artifacts, all scattered across the land. Remnants of a time when science ruled before magic took its place. But what if science never truly left? What if it is still here, hidden, waiting to be uncovered? The Gumball Guardians? Massive, powerful, ancient. Yet they serve a kingdom made of candy. Why? Who built them? Were they created for war? Or were they built to protect something far more important? And then, there is the Nightosphere, a realm of chaos as of darkness. But could it have existed before the war? Could the mushroom bomb have torn open the fabric of reality, allowing creatures from beyond to enter? Creatures that should have never been part of this world. Everything Finn knows, everything he sees, is built on a foundation of something long forgotten. And yet, there are those who remember. Princess Bubblegum, wise, intelligent, older than she appears. How much does she really know, and how much has she seen these? She builds. She controls. She watches. Is she merely a ruler? Or is she a guardian of knowledge? A keeper of secrets? Protecting the truth from those who seek it? And then, there is Simon. Not just the Ice King, but the man who came before him. A man who lived in the time before. Who saw the world as it once was, who held the knowledge that no one else remembers. But now, it is all lost, buried beneath layers of madness, and a crown that whispers. Finn walks through Ooo, laughing, fighting, adventuring. But every step he takes brings him closer to the truth. A truth that the land itself seems desperate to keep hidden. The Mushroom War did not just end a civilization. It reshaped existence. It rewrote the rules. It turned reality into something unpredictable, something dangerous, something that even now may still be changing. And the greatest question of all, if the mushroom bomb had the power to transform the world once, could it happen again? Let your thoughts drift. Let the mystery settle. And as we leave the ruins of the old world behind, we move deeper into the mysteries of Adventure Time. Finn believes he is the last human, the only one left, in a world filled with magic, strange creatures, and mysteries older than time. But is that really true? Or is there something hidden beneath the surface, something he has yet to uncover? From the moment Finn was found as a baby, abandoned in the woods, his life has been a mystery. No one knows where he came from, who his parents were, or how he survived in a world that should have swallowed him whole. Jake's parents raised him as their own, treating him like family, teaching him to fight, to survive, to be a hero. But deep down, Finn has always known that he was different. The only human in a world that has moved on without them. The Great Mushroom War wiped out civilization, leaving behind ruins, ghosts of a past long forgotten. But humans did not just vanish. They were erased. Every trace of them, wiped from history. Their stories left untold. Their existence fading like a dream. But why? What happened to them? And more importantly, why is Finn still here? Some say he is the last of his kind, the final remnant of a species long extinct. But others believe the truth is far more complicated. There have been signs, hints, whispers of something more, from the scattered ruins of human civilization to the lost technology buried beneath the earth. To the few, fleeting encounters Finn has had with others, like him. The first clue came in the form of Susan Strong, a girl, human in appearance, but strange, almost unnatural. Her strength, her hesitation to remove her helmet, her cryptic words. They all hinted at something. Something Finn could not quite grasp. And when she finally did remove the helmet, revealing a human face beneath, Finn felt something he had never felt before. Hope. He was not alone. There were others. There had to be. But Susan was different. Her past was a mystery. Her memories fractured. And as Finn dug deeper, searching for answers, he found more questions. Where had she come from? Why did she not remember? And what did it mean for Finn? The second clue came from the depths of the ocean when Finn and Jake ventured beneath the waves into a forgotten city. They discovered something that should not have existed, a hidden civilization, a place where humans still lived. But not as they once were. These were not the same humans from the old world. They were changed, different, living in the shadows, hiding from the surface, as if they were never meant to return. Why? What were they running from? What truth were they afraid of? And more importantly, why did they leave Finn behind? The final clue was something far more unsettling. A whisper, a warning, that Finn himself might not be what he thinks he is. He has always known that he was human. But what if that was only part of the story? What if he was different? Not because he was the last, but because he was something new. A remnant, a fragment, a puzzle piece. That does not quite fit. The world of Ooo is strange. Time does not move as it should. Memories do not stay where they belong. And some things are not meant to be understood. Could it be that Finn was never meant to be here? Or worse, that he is the key to something much larger than himself. The past holds the answers. But the past has been buried, and Finn may not be ready to dig it up. For now, he walks alone, the last human, or so he believes. Finn walks through the Land of Ooo, searching, always searching for something he cannot name. He tells himself he is looking for adventure, for excitement, for heroism. But deep down, he knows the truth. He is looking for answers. Answers about who he is, where he comes from, and why. In a world of magic and mystery, he is the only one of his kind. But the world does not give up its secrets easily. The past is buried, the truth locked away, hidden behind stories and legends, twisted by time, reshaped by memory, until no one knows what is real, and what is simply a tale told to keep the shadows at bay. Finn has searched the ruins, walked through the echoes of the past, but all he finds is silence. There are remnants, scraps of a forgotten time, old machines that no longer function, writings in a language no one speaks, photographs faded beyond recognition, faces blurred, names erased, as if the world itself is trying to forget, as if the past does not wish to be remembered. But then comes the dream. A vision, hazy, distant, but familiar. A place he has never been, but somehow knows. A voice calling out to him, whispering a name he does not recognize, but feels deep within his soul. A name that belongs to him, and yet does not. He wakes, cold, uncertain, and the questions only grow. What if Finn is not the last human? What if he was never meant to be the last? What if the others are still out there, waiting, watching, or worse, hiding from something or someone that does not wish to be found? The world of Ooo is strange. Time bends, shifts, breaks. Things appear where they should not. Things disappear without a trace. What if the humans did not die? What if they simply left, escaped, to somewhere else? Somewhere beyond the reach of Ooo, beyond the reach of Finn himself. And if that is true, why was he left behind? He tries to push the thoughts away, tells himself that it does not matter, that he is happy, that he has a home, that he has Jake, that he is not alone. But late at night, when the world is quiet, when the stars shine down on a land filled with ghosts, the doubt creeps in. Is he truly the last? Or is he simply the only one who does not know the truth? The answers are out there, waiting. But some truths are not meant to be found. And some doors, once open, can never be closed again. The stars above Ooo twinkle softly, distant, quiet, as if they hold secrets Finn will never hear. He stares up at them sometimes, wondering if someone else is out there, watching them the same way, a human, like him. But the world gives no answers, only more questions, more mysteries, more paths leading nowhere. He has searched the ruins, listened to the stories, followed every clue he could find, and yet the past remains silent. But Finn cannot ignore the feeling, the pull in his chest, the quiet voice in the back of his mind, telling There is more to the story, that he was not meant to be alone. And then, he finds the symbol, deep in an abandoned structure, hidden beneath layers of dust and time, scratched into stone, barely visible, a mark, a sign, something left behind, something human. His fingers trace over it the rough edges, the faded lines, and for a moment, he feels connected to something. Something ancient. Something real. It is not a message, not a warning, not a map. It is something simple, something small. But to Finn, it is everything. Proof. Proof that once, long ago, someone stood where he stands now, someone like him. His heart pounds, his breath catches. But the moment is fleeting. Because with proof comes another realization. If humans were here once, where did they go? The answers may be buried, locked away, forgotten by time. But Finn knows one thing for certain. He is not alone. Somewhere, out there, the last remnants of humanity still exist. Maybe in the ruins, maybe in the shadows, maybe in a place no one has dared to look. And if they are still out there, if they are waiting, hiding, surviving, then one day, he will find them. One day, Finn the human will no longer be the last. For now, he walks forward, carrying the weight of the unknown, the burden of questions left unanswered, but with hope in his heart. Hope that the story of humanity is not yet over. Finn stands at the edge of the ocean, where the waves kiss the shore, where the horizon stretches endlessly before him. He has walked through the ruins, searched the deepest forests, climbed the highest peaks. But the answers still elude him. The wind carries whispers, voices that are not there, echoes of a past long forgotten, or perhaps voices of those who still remain. If he listens closely, if he lets the world fall silent, he can almost hear them, calling, waiting, watching. Somewhere out there, beyond the lands he knows, beyond the places he has seen, the truth is waiting. He does not know if he is ready to find it, but he knows he must try. He looks down at his hands, at the scars left behind from battles fought, from enemies defeated, from a life spent fighting to survive. But survival is not enough. Not anymore. He wants to know. He needs to know. Is he truly the last? Or has he simply not searched far enough? The world of Ooo is vast, filled with wonders and horrors beyond imagining. And hidden within its depths are the remnants of the past, lost cities, forgotten bunkers, messages left behind by those who came before. Somewhere among them is the truth of what happened to humanity, the truth of why Finn is here, alone, the truth of where the others have gone, and if there is even the smallest chance that someone is still out there, then Finn will find them, because that is who he is, a hero, a seeker, a boy with a heart too big for the world he was born into. He takes a deep breath, the salty air filling his lungs, and steps forward, beyond the ocean, beyond the stars. The journey is not over. Somewhere, someone is waiting, and Finn, the human, will not stop until he finds them. Let your mind drift. Let your thoughts fade. As the search for the last humans continues into the night, dive beneath the surface, beyond the ruins, beyond the echoes of the old world. Something stirs. A force. Older than Ooo. Older than the Mushroom War. Older than time itself. It does not hunger. It does not feel. It only exists to end. It is the Lich. Most believe he was born from the war, a product of destruction. But what if that is not the truth? What if the Lich was never created, but simply awakened? The mushroom bomb, the explosion that ended the old world. People think it was just a weapon. But what if it was more? What if it was a doorway, a crack in reality? A moment when something from beyond was able to reach through the Lich, an entity unlike anything in Ooo. He is not a king, not a warlord, not a sorcerer. He is something far worse. Something that does not seek power or wealth, but silence. Absolute. Eternal. Silence. Everything he touches turns to dust. Every life he encounters is drained away. Every kingdom, every civilization falls before him. But why? Why does he seek to destroy? Why does he seek to end everything? Perhaps the answer is not in what he does, but in what he is. Not a being, not a monster, but a force, a concept, the very embodiment of the end itself. And if that is true, and stopping him may be impossible. Finn has fought him, defeated him, stopped him time and time again. But the Lich never truly dies. He only waits. Waits for the right moment. Waits for the next chance. Because no matter how many times he falls, his purpose remains the same. And then there is Sweet Pea, a child, innocent, unaware. But inside him, the Lich still sleeps. What does that mean? Is he gone? Or is he simply waiting to return? The Lich is not a villain, not in the way others are. He does not conquer. He does not seek revenge. His existence is a mission. A mission to erase all life, to bring the universe to its natural end. But where did he come from? Is he a creation of the Mushroom War? Or did the war simply give him a way in? Some say he was always there, waiting, watching. A force beyond time, beyond reality, and when the world collapsed, when chaos consumed everything. That was when he saw his chance. That was when he reached out and took his first breath. But if that is true, then the Lich is not just a creature. He is a sign that Ooo is living on borrowed time. The Lich does not speak of conquest. He does not crave gold or land or power, because his purpose is far greater. Wherever he walks, life withers, the grass turns black, the trees crumble, the rivers dry. His presence alone is enough to drain the world, as if reality itself is rejecting him, as if he is something that should not exist. But maybe that is the truth. What if the Lich was never meant to be here? What if he is not from Ooo, not from the world before, not from the Mushroom War, but from somewhere beyond? A world without time, without light, without life. A place where nothing grows, nothing moves, A void. Infinite. Endless. Where he is all that remains. What if the Lich is not trying to destroy you, but trying to return the world to what it once was? Not before the war, but before everything. Before the stars. Before existence. Before life itself. The end of all things. If this is true, then the Lich does not need an army. He does not need followers, warriors, allies. Because he is not fighting a war, he is simply carrying out fate. A fate that cannot be stopped. Finn has battled him. Faced him in different forms. A skeleton king. A whispering curse. A parasite in the minds of others. And yet, every time he is defeated, he comes back. Because you cannot kill the end. You can only delay it. So why does he wait? Why does he hide in shadows? Biding his time. Instead of wiping out Ooo all at once? Perhaps. He is not yet strong enough. Perhaps. There is something still holding him back. Something keeping his power from reaching its full potential. And what if that something is Sweet Pea? A child. Pure, kind, innocent. But inside him, the Lich's essence still lingers. Dormant, but not gone. Does this mean the Lich can change? That he can be something else? Something other than destruction? Or does it mean he is simply waiting for the day? That's Sweet Pea remembers who he really is. And when that day comes, what will happen to Ooo? Let that question linger. As we go even deeper into the Lich's true nature. The Lich is not like the villains Finn has fought before. He does not rage. He does not plot. He does not hunger. He simply waits. Because time does not matter to him. To him. The end is inevitable. It is only a question of when. But if the Lich believes that all life must end, then why does he speak? Why does he manipulate? Why does he try to make others do his bidding? The answer may lie in his voice. His words are slow, heavy, poisonous. They do not just carry sound. They carry something deeper. A pull, a weight, a whisper that sinks into the mind. Those who listen too long feel something change inside them. A coldness, a stillness, as if their soul is being unraveled. This is the true danger of the Lich. Not his strength, not his magic, but his voice, his ability to turn words into weapons. Because the Lich does not destroy with fire. He destroys with despair. He makes his victims believe that the end is inevitable. That nothing they do matters. That resistance is meaningless. And once that thought takes root, he does not need to fight. Because they will surrender on their own. But Finn is different. Finn does not listen. He fights, even when the battle is hopeless, even when the odds are impossible. Because he believes in something the Lich cannot understand. Hope. But what if? That is exactly what the Lich wants. What if every battle, every fight, every time Finn has stood against him, has been part of the plan? What if Finn is not stopping him? What if Finn is helping him. Because the more Finn fights, the stronger the Lich becomes. The more he is remembered. The more he exists. The more he exists, the closer he comes to fulfilling his purpose. So what if the only way to truly defeat the Lich is not to fight him at all? What if the only way to stop him is to forget him, to let him fade, to let him become nothing, to let his name disappear from history? Because if no one fears him, if no one speaks of him, if no one remembers him, then maybe he will cease to be. But the question is that even possible? Or has the Lich already won? The Lich has been stopped before, locked away, sealed, trapped in different forms, but never truly destroyed. Because the Lich is not just a being, he is an idea, and ideas cannot be killed. Even when his body is broken, his essence lingers, whispers in the dark, echoes in forgotten places, waiting for someone to listen. Because that is all he needs. One mind, one soul, to hear his voice, to let him in, to bring him back. And when he returns, he does not return the same each time, and he learns. Each time, he grows stronger. The first time, he was a walking corpse, a king of bones, a creature of death. The second time, he was a whisper, a presence inside others, controlling them, using them. The third time, he was reborn, not as a monster, but as a child, sweet pea, innocent, unaware, a new form, a new chance, a new way to wait. Because maybe the Lich has realized something terrifying, that he does not need to fight. He does not need to destroy. He does not need to spread death, because time will do it for him. All things fade. All things fall. The universe itself will one day collapse. And when that happens, the Lich will have won. So maybe he does not need to bring the end. Maybe he only needs to survive, to outlast everything else, to be the last thing standing. When the final light fades, and if that is his true plan, then there is no battle to fight, no war to win, only a waiting game, a game he knows he will win, because the Lich is patient, and time is on his side. So what can Finn do? What can anyone do? If the Lich cannot be destroyed, if he is a force, an inevitability, then is resisting him nothing more than delaying the end? Or is there something even the Lich has not considered? Something greater than power, greater than time, greater than death itself? Hope. The belief that even in the face of the end, there is still something worth fighting for. That as long as there is even one person willing to stand against him, the Lich will never truly win, because the end is not inevitable. Not if someone refuses to let it come. But what happens when that person is gone? What happens when Finn is no longer there to fight? Will the next hero rise? Or will the Lich finally have his victory? The Lich does not fear Finn. He does not fear swords. He does not fear magic because he knows these things cannot stop him. But what if there is something he does fear? Something deeper, something stronger, something that threatens his very existence. Not a weapon, not a warrior, but an idea. The idea of change. The Lich believes that all things must end. That destruction is the only truth. That existence itself is a mistake. But what if he is wrong? What if the universe is not meant to collapse, but to evolve? What if life is not meant to fade, but to grow? What if the end is not a certainty, but a choice? Because the Lich has never changed. He has never been anything but what he was born to be, death. But Finn has changed. Marceline has changed. Even Simon, even Princess Bubblegum, even Sweet Pea, who was once the Lich himself, has changed. So maybe that is the Lich's greatest weakness. Not swords, not spells, not seals, but the fact that he cannot grow. He cannot become something new. He is trapped in his own purpose, a slave to his own existence. And maybe that is why he loses. Because while the Lich remains the same, the world around him keeps moving forward. Life does not surrender. It does not give up. It does not simply accept that the end is coming. It fights. It survives. It transforms. So maybe that is how the Lich is truly defeated. Not by battle, not by war, not by destruction, but by proving that he is wrong. That life is stronger than death. That change is stronger than fate. That hope is stronger than fear. Because as long as there is even one spark left, one person who believes, then the Lich can never truly win. He can never truly end the world. Because the world will always find a way to begin again. So maybe the question is not whether the Lich will return, or whether Finn can stop him, or whether the end is coming. Maybe the question is, what comes after the end? And maybe that is the one thing even the Lich does not know. Let that thought linger as we move to the next mystery of Ooo. Simon Pettercar was never meant to be a tragic figure. He was a scholar, a man of curiosity, a lover of history. But fate had other plans. It all began with a crown, a simple artifact, a piece of history. But history has power, and Simon did not understand what he had found. Not yet. The whispers began, soft at first, like an echo in his mind, then louder, stronger, until there were no longer whispers, but commands. The crown was changing him. He felt it in his thoughts, in his words, in the way Betty looked at him. Concerned, afraid, heartbroken, because she knew the man she loved was slipping away, and Simon knew it too. He tried to fight it, to hold on, to resist the pull of the crown, to stay, Simon. But the crown does not ask, takes. And so, Simon Pettercar now has faded, and in his place stood the Ice King, a madman, a fool, a lonely ghost of a man, obsessed with princesses, speaking nonsense, a king with no kingdom, a ruler with no throne, a prisoner in his own mind. But deep inside, Simon was still there, buried beneath the madness, trapped, screaming, begging to be free. And Betty never stopped listening. She had lost him, but she refused to let him go. She devoted her life, her soul, everything she was, to saving him, searching for answers, diving into magic, even bending time itself, risking everything, to bring Simon back. But the truth is, some things cannot be undone. Some fates cannot be escaped. And sometimes, in trying to save someone, you lose yourself instead, because Betty never gave up. But in the end, neither did the crown, and its grip was too strong. So Betty did the only thing she could, the only thing she had left. She made the ultimate sacrifice. She gave herself to Gob, a force beyond comprehension, beyond time, beyond even death itself. She became something, not human, not mortal, not even real. She became nothing, and in doing so, she saved Simon. But the cost was everything, because now Simon is free. He walks the world, no longer mad, no longer lost. But he walks alone. The woman he loved is gone. But is she truly gone? Or does she still exist? Somewhere, lost in the void, trapped in the mind of an ancient being, a whisper in the chaos, a memory, struggling to hold on. And if she is, then maybe, just maybe, there is still a way to bring her back. But the question is, can Simon risk losing himself all over again? Simon is free. His mind is clear. The crown no longer whispers, no longer pulls him into madness. But is he truly free? Because freedom comes with a price. For the first time in centuries, he remembers everything. Not just glimpses, not just fractured thoughts, but all of it. Every moment of madness, every delusion, every mistake, every princess he chased, every friend he lost, every time he called out for Betty, and she wasn't there. He remembers how it felt to know what was happening to him, to know he was slipping away, to know he was hurting the people around him, and to be powerless to stop it. And worst of all, he remembers that Betty never stopped trying to save him. He remembers that she gave everything, that she sacrificed herself, not just her life, but her existence, for him. And now, she's gone. So how is Simon supposed to live with that? How is he supposed to wake up every day, knowing that Betty is lost? Because of him? The truth is, he doesn't know. He walks through Ooo, not as a hero, not as a king, but as a man out of time. A man who doesn't belong. The world has changed. It has moved forward. But Simon is still trapped in the past. And maybe that's the real tragedy. Because Betty gave up everything so Simon could live. But Simon doesn't know how. He is not the man he was before the crown. He is not the Ice King anymore. He is something in between. A ghost, walking through a world that has left him behind. And maybe that's why he starts searching. Not for a cure. Not for magic. but for something even more impossible. A way to bring Betty back. Because if she sacrificed everything for him, how can he live with himself if he doesn't try to do the same? But the question is there even a way? Can gold be reasoned with? Can a mind lost to the void ever return? Or is Simona searching for something that cannot be found? And if he is, then what happens when he realizes that he has spent his second chance chasing a dream that will never come true? Will he accept it? Will he find a way to move forward? Or will he do something desperate? Something that could cost him everything. All over again? Because Simon is not a hero. He is just a man. A man who lost the person he loved most. A man who might not be strong enough to let her go. And if he isn't, then his story might not have a happy ending. Simon searches, not because he has hope, but because he has nothing else. Without Betty, who is he? A scholar? A historian? A relic from a world that no longer exists? He tries to move forward, to find purpose, to live the life that Betty wanted for him. But every time he closes his eyes, he sees her face. He hears her voice, not in whispers, not in memories, but in the emptiness, in the silence, like a piece of him that was carved away and can never be whole again. And so, he keeps searching, looking for forgotten spells, for ancient knowledge, for any clue that might lead him back to her. But Ooo is not kind, and magic does not give without taking. There are those who warn him. Marceline, Princess Bubblegum, even Finn. They see what he is doing. They see how it's consuming him. And they worry that if Simon is not careful, he will lose himself again. But Simon does not listen, because for him, this is not obsession. This is love. And love is the one thing he cannot let go of. So he digs deeper, finding books written in languages long forgotten, seeking out creatures older than the Mushroom War, searching for any trace of Galb, any way to reach the being that took Betty away. But the truth is, Galb is not a god, not a demon, not something that can be reasoned with. Galb is entropy itself. It is the force that unravels all things, that consumes order, that twists reality, and leaves only chaos behind. And Simon, a mere human, thinks he can stand against it. He is not Finn, not Bubblegum, not a hero, just a broken man, trying to fight something that does not even acknowledge his existence. And yet, he still tries. Because if there is even the smallest chance that Betty is still out there, still waiting, still trapped, then how could he ever stop? How could he ever accept that she is truly gone? But what happens if he finally finds the answer? If he looks into the abyss, and the abyss looks back? If he comes face to face with Gold and realizes that there is no bringing her back, that Betty is gone, and nothing he does will ever change that? Would he finally let go? Would he finally grieve? Or would he throw himself into the void and let it consume him too? Because sometimes The worst thing you can find is the truth. And the truth is, Simon may not be searching for Betty. He may be searching for a way to end his own pain. Simon stands at the edge, staring into the unknown. The answers he sought are finally within reach. But the cost is more than he ever imagined, because finding the truth does not mean accepting it. It would be easier to lie to himself, to believe that if he just tries hard enough, if he just finds the right spell, the right power, he can bring Betty back. But some things cannot be undone. Simon knows this deep down, but knowing and accepting are not the same. So he takes one final step, one final attempt to reach Betty, wherever she may be. But as he calls out to the void, there is no answer, no voice, no sign, only silence. And in that silence, Simon finally understands. Betty is gone. Not lost, not waiting, gone. And for the first time, he allows himself to feel it. The weight of her absence, the pain he has been running from, the grief he refused to accept. It crashes over him like a wave, drowning him, swallowing him whole. And for a moment, he wants to stay there, to let the grief take him, to disappear into it, just like Betty did. But then he remembers something. He remembers her voice, not in sorrow, not in fear, but in love. He remembers the way she laughed, the way he believed in him, the way she never gave up on him, not even when he was lost. And he realizes that she did not save him, so he could spend the rest of his life searching for her. She saved him, so he could live. So maybe it is time. Time to let go. Time to move forward. Time to honor Betty, not by chasing ghosts, but by living the life she would have wanted for him. It will not be easy. The pain will not disappear. But maybe that is the point. Because love does not end just because someone is gone. And Betty will never truly be gone as long as Simon remembers her. So he turns away from the void, from the past, from the endless search, and for the first time, in a long, long time, Simon Petrikov chooses to live. And maybe, just maybe, that is what Betty would have wanted all along. Let that final thought settle as we close the book on the tragedy of Simon and Betty. Somewhere, beyond time, beyond space, beyond the limits of reality itself, there exists a single room, a quiet place, a place outside of everything, yet connected to all things, a place where destinies are rewritten, where possibilities unfold, where the fabric of reality itself can be shaped with a single wish. And at the center of it all is Prismo, the cosmic wishmaster, the dreamer behind the curtain, the architect of countless realities, and perhaps the most important force in the multiverse. But what if Prismo is more than just a wish granter? What if his role is far greater than anyone realizes? Because every wish has a consequence. Every change to reality creates ripples across the multiverse. And what if Prismo's true purpose is not to grant wishes, but to guide reality itself, to protect it, to shape it, to ensure that the multiverse does not fall into chaos. Think about it. Prismo is not bound by time, not bound by a single reality. He exists in between, watching, waiting, carefully choosing which wishes to grant, and which ones are too dangerous to exist. Because in a multiverse as vast as this one wrong wish could unravel everything. And maybe that is why Prismo has rules. Why he cannot grant wishes to himself. Why he speaks in riddles. Why he sometimes nudges people towards the right choice, instead of simply giving them what they ask for. Because Prismo is not just a wishmaster. He is a guardian, a silent protector of reality itself. But the real question is, who gave him this role? Where does his power truly come from? And if Prismo were ever to break the rules, what would happen to the multiverse? These are the mysteries that few dare to ask. But tonight, we will venture into the unknown, unraveling the hidden truth of Prismo's secret role in the multiverse. Prismo's power is unlike anything else in existence. It does not come from magic, not from science, not from gods or demons, but from something far more fundamental: the power of dreams. Because Prismo is not a being in the traditional sense. He is a dream, a thought, a ripple in reality, created by the slumbering mind of an ancient, unknowable entity. The true Prismo is not the playful pink figure we see, but the body lying in deep sleep in a hidden chamber, somewhere beyond time. And as long as that body sleeps, Prismo exists. But if it wakes, Prismo disappears. Think about the implications of that. A being whose existence is entirely dependent on the dreams of another, a force that can shape reality. But only as long as it remains a dream. This means that Prismo's power is not truly his own. He is not a god, not an all-knowing entity, but a conduit for something deeper, something older, something woven into the very fabric of existence. And that raises a terrifying question. If Prismo is just a dream, then who or what created the dreamer? Because if Prismo is the result of a sleeping mind, then that mind must belong to something far greater than him, something capable of dreaming entire realities into existence. And what happens if it ever wakes up? Would Prismo cease to be? Would the multiverse itself begin to unravel? Or would something far worse take its place? These are the questions Prismo never answers. Perhaps because he does not know the answers himself. Or perhaps because knowing the truth would be more dangerous than any wish he has ever granted. Prismo sits in his timeless chamber, a place beyond the reach of mortal beings. His days are spent granting wishes, twisting reality with a simple word, shaping the fates of those who stumble into his domain. But what if granting wishes is not his real purpose? What if the wishes are just a distraction, a way to keep the balance between the countless universes that hang by a thread because every choice made every wish granted. Every life changed creates ripples. And if those ripples are not carefully managed, they could become waves, tearing apart the delicate structure of the multiverse itself. Perhaps that is why Prismo exists, not as a being of chaos, but as a force of control, a quiet hand, guiding the flow of reality, preventing small disturbances from becoming cosmic disasters. Think about it. Why does Prismo follow rules when he seems powerful enough to do anything? Why does he refuse certain wishes, even when he technically could grant them? Because he is not acting alone. There is a greater system in place, a structure, a law, that even he must follow. Prismo is powerful, but he is not free. His existence is a paradox, a cosmic being with limitless ability, yet bound by forces older than the multiverse itself. And what happens if he ever breaks the rules? What happens if he grants a wish? That should never be granted. Perhaps the answer is too dangerous to know. Perhaps the true reason Prismo exists is not to shape reality, but to protect it from something far worse. And maybe, just maybe, the rules are there for a reason. But what if the rules Prismo follows are not just to keep the multiverse in balance? What if they are to keep something locked away, something ancient, something that even he is afraid of? Because for all his power, for all his control over reality, there are forces beyond him, things even he cannot change. He jokes, he plays, he acts as though none of it matters. But behind that carefree attitude, there is something else, a quiet awareness, a deep understanding that some things are better left untouched. Consider this. Prismo has seen the rise and fall of countless realities. He has watched entire universes collapse, and yet he does nothing. Not because he cannot stop them, but because he chooses not to. Because maybe every world that fades, every universe that crumbles, is necessary. Maybe the multiverse itself relies on destruction just as much as creation. And Prismo is the one who decides which realities live and which ones must end. That is a terrifying thought, because it means Prismo is not just a wishmaster, not just a guardian, but a judge, a being with the power to erase an entire universe, if he believes it must be done. So the real question is, what happens if he ever makes the wrong decision? What if one wish, one choice, one small mistake unravels everything? And if that moment ever comes, who will stop him? Because Prismo is powerful. But he is not infallible. He is still just a dream, a thought suspended between realities, one mistake away from waking up and taking everything with him. That is the danger, the weight of his existence, the secret role he plays in keeping the multiverse intact, a role few understand, and even fewer would ever dare question. Let that settle. As we step back from the cosmic scale and move toward the next mystery of Adventure Time's universe, beyond the Land of Ooo, beyond the boundaries of Finn and Jake's world, there exists another reality, A world that should not exist. Yet somehow, it does. A world where Finn is Fionna, where Jake is Cake, where the faces and names are familiar, but the story is entirely different. A world that began as nothing more than a story, a fictional universe, created for amusement, for entertainment. But what if Fionna and Cake's reality is more than just a simple alternate world? What if it is something deeper, something far more mysterious, and far more dangerous than anyone realizes? Because this world did not come into existence naturally. It was shaped, brought to life, by the mind of one being. A being who never intended for it to be real. And that being was the Ice King, or rather, Simon Petrikov. His madness, his loneliness, his desperate need for connection led him to create stories. To imagine a world where Finn was a girl, where Jake was a cat, where everything felt familiar, yet completely different. At first, it was just a fantasy, ink on paper, ideas in his mind, a way to escape the sadness that haunted him. But in the Land of Ooo, thoughts, ideas, stories have power. And somehow, somewhere along the way, Fionna and Cake's world became real. But here's the question. How? How does a fictional world turn into an actual reality? How does a story cross the boundary between fantasy and existence? Perhaps the answer lies in the nature of the multiverse itself. Because if there are infinite universes, infinite possibilities, then maybe every story ever told, every dream ever imagined, exists somewhere. Maybe Fionna and Cake's world was not just created, but discovered. A reality that was always there, waiting to be found, waiting for someone to give it shape. And that someone was Simon. But if that is true, then what happens? When a fictional world realizes it is not supposed to exist, what happens when a universe is aware that it was never meant to be real? That is where the true mystery begins. Fionna and Cake's world is unlike any other reality. In the Adventure Time multiverse, it does not follow the same rules. It does not have the same logic. It is a world that was never meant to exist, and yet it does. But there is something strange, something unnatural about how this world functions. Unlike the Land of Ooo, unlike the countless other timelines and dimensions, Fionna and Cake's reality lacks something crucial: magic. It is a world that is fundamentally different from every other universe connected to Ooo. There are no enchanted weapons, no ancient artifacts, no elemental forces shaping the fabric of reality. It is ordinary, too ordinary, as if something or someone removed the very essence of magic from this universe. But why? Why would a world created from a magical being's imagination end up completely devoid of magic? Perhaps because it was never meant to be a real world at all. Perhaps the very existence of Fionna and Cake's universe was a mistake, an accident, a crack in reality. that should have never been opened. And once that crack appeared, something or someone tried to fix it, tried to erase it, tried to make sure it never existed in the first place. But instead of destroying it completely, they stripped it of its magic, severed its connection to the rest of the multiverse, leaving it as nothing more than a fragile echo, a forgotten story, drifting in the void. But if that is true, then something even more terrifying must be asked. Who or what has the power to erase an entire universe? And if they failed once, would they try again? If Fionna and Cake's world was meant to be erased, then why does it still exist? Why wasn't it completely destroyed? Like so many forgotten timelines that vanished without a trace. Perhaps because something or someone kept it alive. Someone powerful, someone with access to the fabric of reality itself. Someone like Prismo. Think about it. Prismo was the one who first brought Fionna and Cake into being. Not as a real world, but as a story, a dream, a harmless distraction. A way for the Ice King to escape his loneliness. To imagine a different version of reality. One where things made sense. One where he wasn't broken. But Prismo is not just a dreamer. He is a being of incredible power, with the ability to manipulate the multiverse in ways no one else can. And maybe, just maybe, he could not bear to see Fionna and Cake's world erased. Maybe he interfered. Maybe he altered reality to protect them. And in doing so, he broke the natural order. Because Fionna and Cake's reality was never supposed to be stable. It was never meant to function like a normal universe. And yet, here it is, stripped of magic, disconnected from the other realms, but still standing, still existing, a fragile anomaly, balancing on the edge of destruction, waiting for something, or someone, to push it too far. But what happens if that balance is broken? What happens if Fionna and Cake discover the truth? What if they realize their world is not supposed to exist? Would they fight to preserve it? Or would they finally understand that they were never meant to be real? And if they do, will they accept their fate? Or will they challenge it? And if they challenge it, what happens next? If Fionna and Cake's world was never meant to exist, then why does it feel so real? Why do they have thoughts, memories, dreams of their own? Why do they feel like they belong? Perhaps because reality is not as rigid as we think. Perhaps because existence itself is more fluid than anyone realizes. And if that is true, then maybe even a mistake, even an accident, can become something real. But here's the real question. If their world was severed from the multiverse, if magic was stripped away, then why do they still exist? What is keeping them tethered to reality? Is it their own will, their own desire to live, or is something else at work? Maybe something's watching, something that sees Fionna and Cake's world as a threat, something that believes their universe should not be. And if that is true, then it is only a matter of time before it takes action, before it tries again to erase them. But will it succeed? Or will Fionna and Cake defy fate itself? Will they prove that even a story, even a dream, can fight to become real? That is the true mystery of Fionna and Cake's reality. A mystery that may never have a clear answer. A story that may never have an ending. But perhaps that is the beauty of it. Because sometimes the stories that weren't supposed to exist are the ones that matter the most. And perhaps, just perhaps, Fionna and Cake's world will find a way to survive. Not as an accident, not as a mistake, but as something truly real. And in the end, isn't that what we all want? To know that we are real? To know that we matter? To know that our story, means something? Let that thought stay with you as we prepare to uncover even deeper truths lurking within the multiverse. Everything in the Land of Ooo, everything in the multiverse, is part of a cycle. Life begins, life ends, and then it begins again. This is not just the way things are. It is the way things must be. From the smallest creatures to the most powerful being, nothing escapes the cycle. Not even the gods. Not even the rulers of time and space. Not even death itself. But why? Why does existence follow this pattern? Who decided that everything must be born, must grow, must die, and then begin again? Perhaps it was never a choice. Perhaps the cycle is simply the natural order. Or perhaps there is something or someone ensuring that it continues. In the world of Adventure Time, we see the cycle in many forms. Finn lives, Finn dies, and Finn is reborn again and again across countless lifetimes. Each time he is different. Each time he is new. But in every life, a part of him remains the same. He is always meant to be something more. A hero, a protector, a warrior, in some way or another. But he is not the only one bound to this fate. The cosmic owl appears in dreams, guiding people, showing them glimpses of their fate. Prismo exists in his own timeless state, yet his actions ripple across reality, setting events into motion that repeat over and over again. Even the Lich, the manifestation of destruction itself, is merely another force, another part of the cycle. But what is the purpose of this endless repetition? Is it to learn, to grow, to fix past mistakes? Or is it simply an inescapable fate that no one can change? And if that is true, then what happens? When someone tries to break the cycle, what happens? When someone refuses to play their role, can the cycle be broken? Or will the universe itself force it to continue? If the cycle is truly inescapable, then why do some beings try to resist it? Why do some fight against their destined roles? Why do they struggle to change what seems unchangeable? Maybe because deep down, they believe the cycle is not perfect. Maybe because they see its flaws. Maybe because they believe that fate should not be written in stone. Take Simon, for example. once a kind-hearted man, turned into the Ice King by forces beyond his control. Trapped in a never-ending loop of madness and loss, always longing, always searching for something or someone he could never truly reach. He was not meant to escape, and yet he did. But at what cost? For without the Ice King, without his madness, the world itself changed in ways no one could predict. And then there's the Lich, the bringer of death, the destroyer of worlds, a being who seeks to end all life, to stop the cycle completely. No more rebirth, no more second chances, only stillness, only silence, only nothing. But even he fails. Even he is trapped within the very system he wants to destroy. For whenever he rises, he is defeated. Again, and again, and again. And each time, the cycle begins anew. It raises the question: is the cycle truly unbreakable, or does it persist? Because no one has yet succeeded in ending it. Maybe the reason Finn is reborn, lifetime after lifetime, is because he is meant to find the answer. Maybe his journey is not just about being a hero. Maybe it is about understanding the forces that bind all things together. And maybe, one day, he will find a way to do what no one else has done. To either change the cycle or break it entirely. But if that day ever comes, what will the world become? When the cycle is no more, if the cycle is broken, what comes next? Does the world stop spinning? Does time itself unravel? Or does something new, something unseen, take its place? This is the question that lingers at the edge of existence. Because if the cycle is all there is, then to end it would be to step into the unknown. And the unknown can be terrifying. But perhaps it is also necessary. Perhaps the cycle was never meant to last forever. Perhaps it was always leading to something else, something greater, something beyond birth and death, beyond destruction and rebirth, beyond fate itself. But what could that be? If Finn's many lives are steps in a journey, then what is the final destination? Is it true freedom? A world without destiny? A world where choices are made, without the weight of an endless loop? Or is the cycle itself the very thing that gives meaning to life? If things were to truly end, would that be peace? Or would it be a fate worse than anything the Lich could bring? These are the questions that few dare to ask. Because to challenge the cycle is to challenge the foundation of reality. And yet, some have tried. Prismo bends the rules, reshaping time and space, creating realities that should not exist. The Lich seeks to destroy it, to erase the pattern, and replace it with nothing. Even Golb, a being beyond all understanding, exists outside the cycle's grasp, but none have succeeded. Not truly. The cycle endures, stronger than any force, older than any god, more powerful than any desire to escape it. Yet in Finn, there is something different, a spark, a possibility, a potential for something more. Because while others seek to break the cycle or control it, or escape it. Finn simply lives within it. He does not rage against it. He does not deny it. He simply walks forward. And maybe that is the key. Not to end the cycle. Not to destroy it. But to understand it. To master it. To find the truth hidden deep within it. And maybe, just maybe, that truth will change everything. If the truth of the cycle could be understood, what would it reveal? Would it show us that everything is predetermined? That no choice ever mattered? That everything Finn has done, everything anyone has done, was always meant to happen? Or would it reveal that the cycle is not a prison, but a path, a journey, meant to be walked again and again, not as punishment, but as growth, a way for the universe to learn, to evolve, to become something greater? If that is true, then Finn's role is not to break the cycle, nor to escape it, but to move it forward, to push it beyond what it has always been, into something new. And if he can do that, then maybe, just maybe, the cycle is not a loop, but a spiral, not endlessly repeating, but slowly changing, each time becoming something more. The past shapes the present shapes the future, and the future becomes the past, to shape the cycle once again. But this time, it is different. This time, the cycle carries knowledge, lessons learned, mistakes corrected, new possibilities unlocked, and maybe, one day, the cycle will not be needed at all. One day, Finn may take his final step, not into another life, not into another rebirth, but into something truly unknown, a place beyond faith, beyond gods, beyond endings and beginnings, a place where he is free, truly free, for the first time. And when that day comes, the universe itself may change forever. But until then, the cycle continues. The story of Adventure Time ends, but the world of Ooo continues. The Great Gum War is over. Gulb has come and gone, leaving behind a world forever changed. Simon is free, free from the Ice King's curse, but lost without Betty. Finn and Jake's journey has reached its final chapter. But what comes next? What happens? When the heroes step out of the spotlight, when the adventures fade, and the echoes of the past begin to settle, the Land of Ooo has always been a place of chaos, rebirth, and mystery. But after the finale, a strange quiet settles over the world. Not an ending, but a beginning of something new. A world where peace is fragile, where old shadows linger, and where the cycle has not yet reached its final turn. So what truly happens? After the end, does Ooo fall into ruin? Does it find lasting peace? Or does something unexpected change everything once again? Simon, now free of the Ice King's madness, walks through a world that no longer needs him. The man who was once a scholar, then a king, then a fool, is now simply a lost soul. Betty sacrificed herself to save him, but in doing so, she became something beyond human, beyond time, beyond even love itself. She is one with Gold now. And Simon, for the first time in centuries, is truly alone. Does he try to move forward, or does he spend his days searching for a way to bring her back? Perhaps the greatest mystery of all is not what happens to heroes, but what happens to those left behind. Meanwhile, Princess Bubblegum and Marceline have found something rare, something precious, something that has always been just out of reach. Peace. For centuries, Bubblegum ruled with an iron will, protecting her people, guiding them through war, science, and disaster. But now, she is simply Bonnibel. Not just a ruler, not just a scientist, but a person. For the first time, she can live for herself, rather than for the Candy Kingdom. And Marceline, the Queen of Vampires, the immortal musician, the rebel, finally has what she always wanted. Not just love, but a home. Their story, once filled with pain, regret, and missed chances, has finally reached a place of warmth. But nothing in Ooo stays peaceful for long. Even as old battles fade, new mysteries begin to stir. The cycle does not stop. The Land of Ooo is not done yet. Even in the quiet, something stirs beneath the surface. The Candy Kingdom rebuilds. But what happens when a kingdom no longer needs a queen? Princess Bubblegum has spent centuries ruling, shaping the world, controlling every outcome. But now, the kingdom is safe. It thrives. It no longer depends on her alone. For the first time, Bonnibel must face a life without the weight of a nation on her shoulders. Does she step away completely? Or does she struggle to let go? Old habits die hard, and for someone who has lived so long, change is never easy. And then there's Marceline. She has never cared for power, never wanted to rule, never wanted responsibility. But now, she has something to lose. Love, a home, a future. And the weight of those things can be just as heavy as the weight of a kingdom. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ruins of old cities, in the forgotten corners of Ooo, something ancient lingers. The world is still marked by the Mushroom War. The scars of that disaster have not fully healed. There are still creatures, still beings, still forces of destruction that lurk in the shadows, waiting. The world may seem at peace, but it is only a matter of time before something awakens. And when it does, who will be there to stop it? Finn, the greatest hero of Ooo, has stepped away from the fight. Not because he has given up, but because for the first time, he is searching for something beyond adventure. He has spent his life fighting, saving others, being a hero. But now, for the first time, he is asking himself, who is Finn? When he isn't fighting, without a sword, without a quest, without a great evil to defeat, who is he? A hero who no longer needs to be a hero is left with a strange kind of emptiness. And so he wanders across the lands of Ooo, not searching for monsters or lost princesses, but for something far more elusive. A purpose. But purpose is not so easy to find. And as Finn searches, the world begins to shift. Small things. At first, a whisper in the wind. A flicker of something unnatural. In the night sky, the air feels different. Something is coming. Something that Ooo has never faced before. And when it arrives, will there still be a hero left to stand against it? Something is coming. Not another war, not another villain, not another battle to be fought and won. But something different, something deeper, something that shakes the very foundation of Ooo and everything that came before it. Because the truth is, the Land of Ooo is still built on the ashes of the old world. The past has never truly been buried. The Mushroom War. The disaster that ended humanity was not just an ending. It was a beginning. And beginnings always have consequences. Deep beneath the earth. In the places where no one dares to look. There are remnants. Not just ruins. Not just artifacts. But something still alive. Something waiting. Something watching. Something that has been silent. For centuries. Until now. Perhaps it is a force. Older than even the Mushroom War. Perhaps it is something from before the end. Before the beginning. Or perhaps it is humanity itself. Trying to return. Because Ooo is a land built by magic. But before magic, there was science. And the two have never truly coexisted. What if the old world is not as dead as everyone believes? What if something survived? Something buried? Something that should have stayed forgotten? Perhaps it starts with whispers. The way the stars seem to move in patterns no one understands. The way old machines, long thought broken, suddenly start to hum with a strange energy. Or the way some people start to dream of a world they've never known. A world of steel, of concrete, of towers that touch the sky. A world before Ooo. But these are just dreams, aren't they? Just echoes of something that no longer exists. Finn dreams of it. At first, he doesn't understand. Visions of streets filled with people, of glowing signs, of voices speaking in languages that have been lost to time. He dreams of a sky that was once blue, before it burned. And when he wakes, he feels something that he has never felt before. A connection to something ancient and forgotten. Something that is trying to return. Ooo is changing, and Finn is caught in the middle of it. But he is not the only one. Deep in the Ice Kingdom, Simone is beginning to hear whispers, not of magic, not of madness, but of knowledge. Something calling out to him, something from a past he barely remembers. Something that shouldn't exist anymore. And if the past is returning, then Ooo may never be the same again. The past is waking up, and Ooo is not ready for it. Finn feels it. In the way the air seems heavier. The way the ground seems to hum as if something beneath it is alive. Simon hears it. in the echoes of forgotten voices, calling from beyond the ice, telling him things he does not understand. Yet, Bubblegum notices it in the shifting structure of reality itself, as if the very fabric of Ooo is being rewritten. Marceline just listens, because for her, this has happened before. She has lived through endings, through transformations, through the unraveling of worlds, and she knows that change always comes with a cost. So what is the cost this time? What if the magic of Ooo was never meant to last forever? What if it was just a pause, a moment in the long, long history of time, before something else took its place? What if the age of magic is ending? What if the real question is not what happens next, but who survives? When it does, perhaps it begins with the stars. Prismo sees them first, the way the multiverse shudders, as if something is pushing against it. From the outside, something that does not belong, something that was locked away for a reason. And now, that lock is breaking. Prismo tries to warn someone, but he is just a wishmaster, a fragment of something larger, a dream. And the thing that is coming does not care for dreams. It only cares for what was lost and what must be restored. Because before magic, before Ooo, before the end of the world, there was something else. The humans who came before did not simply vanish. They were erased, buried beneath centuries of myth and legend, their history wiped clean by something or someone who did not want them to return. But history has a way of forcing itself back into the present. And as Finn dreams, as Seaman listens, as Bubblegum studies the strange changes in the air, the past is already seeping through. An old satellite, broken for centuries, suddenly turns back on. A message is transmitted across Ooo in a language no one remembers. The stars shift again, and somewhere, deep in the earth, something opens its eyes. The final mystery of Ooo is not what happens next. It is what came before. And now, that truth is waking up. Something has returned. Not a person, not a monster, not a force of magic, but something far older, something that has waited since the first bomb fell, since the first human screamed and the world burned, something that should have stayed buried. But the past always find a way back. Finn doesn't know why he is the one who hears it, why the dreams won't stop, why every time he closes his eyes, he sees cities covered in dust. He hears voices calling his name in a language he does not understand. He sees people, but their faces are blurred, and the sky above them is cracked. Simon has seen this before, long ago, before the Ice King, before Ooo, before everything he has known. There was something at the edge of the world, a remnant, a memory, a warning. It was locked away because it was too dangerous. And now, the lock is breaking. Marceline watched the sky as the stars flicker, And she remembers. She remembers the last time. Everything changed. The last time the old world tried to rise again. It didn't end well. Bubblegum tries to study it, tries to measure it, tries to control it. But this is not something she can contain. This is not candy science. This is something else. Something that does not belong to magic, or to wishes, or to fate. Something that belonged to the humans. And the humans are long gone, aren't they? Then why? Does Finn hear their voices? Why does he feel like something is calling him? Why does it feel like Ooo itself is about to change forever? Because this is not just the end of an era. It is the beginning of something new. Not a battle, not a war, not a villain to defeat, but a truth that cannot be ignored. The past was never really gone. It was just waiting for the right moment to return. And that moment has finally come. And so, we've traveled through the mysteries of Ooo, uncovering lost histories, hidden truths, and the secrets that shaped this strange world, from the Mushroom War to the Lich's true plan, from Prismo's hidden role to the final fate of Ooo. Adventure Time was never just one story, but a world that keeps evolving, even after the final episode fades. So as you drift into sleep, let your mind wander through the quiet hills, the forgotten ruins, and the endless possibilities of a place where adventure never truly ends. If you enjoyed this journey and want more stories to fall asleep to, like this video and subscribe to Sleepy Lore, because dreams are just another kind of adventure. Good night.